I was quite honestly ready to give up on my idea. We'll see. Okay. Now, but it's somewhat
Everyone, just for housekeeping, go ahead and silence your cell phones right now. Just because lines kind of just totally trickling in, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. So, good morning, Nottingham, and welcome to session 1 of our annual business meeting. Session 2 will be town voting day, held here at Nottingham School on Tuesday, March 21st, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My name is Dawn Arnold, I'm your town moderator. I would like March 12th, I apologize, that's your internet backwards. My name is Dawn Arnold, I'm your town moderator. I would like to dedicate this 2024 Nottingham Deliberative session to longtime Nottingham resident and one of our former town administrators, Charlie Brown. Charlie and his amazing wife and Nottingham media Ramona both departed this earth in 2023. So please stand in honor of the Browns. Go ahead and have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before you take a seat, I'd like you all to just look around, say hello, introduce yourself if you'd like. These are your neighbors. This is our community. Please remember that today as we report business, it can sometimes get a little testy. All right, we can have our seats. So helping me today are my assistant moderators, Bonnie Winona McKinnon, back there in purple. We have Pete Orzanek. Ballot clerks in the back, you can give a wave. We've got Diane Miner, Teresa Bascom, Catherine Verdan, and Marie Hendon. I'd also like to ask our supervisors to take a stand, as well as our town clerk. Town clerk Lori, no, stand up, ladies. Town clerk Lori Anderson, supervisor of the checklist chair, Deanne Decker, supervisors Ruth Ann Fuller and Alexandra Neff. Please give these ladies a round of applause. These ladies work all year long, but especially very hard in the weeks leading up to an election to make sure this all goes as smoothly as humanly possible. With us today to present the warrant articles to you are our Board of Select Persons, Chair Ben Bartlett, Vice Chair John Moran, Select Persons Tim Davio, Matt Sherlin, and Steve Welch. We also have our Budget Committee Chair, Mike Kelly, who couldn't be with us today, and Vice Chair Owen Fran Ray. And also with us in the front row here are our Budget Committee members, Jeff. I don't know if you're all here, but I see Jack Morrison. I see Tom Kevich, John Decker, and Charlotte Fife. We have members Brent Tweed, Sandra Jones, and Robert Lilly. We don't see the big names on this as well. I thank you all for your sacrifice of your personal time and your commitment to serving the community. Town employees and department heads with us today. We have Town Administrator Ellen White, Police Chief Vaughn Woodman, Fire Chief Matt Curry, Department of Public Works Steve Rollins. They're all hiding in the hall. Parks and Recreation Director Courtney Ball. Our Town Administrator, DPW, and Rec Director, residents of Nottingham will be integral to the formal presentation of our warrants. Therefore, I am granting them permission to speak at this meeting. I will also be granting permission to speak to our town attorney, Susan Lowry, who is here to help us address any legal questions, matters, particularly when making amendments. I see many town employees, including the majority of our police department, some fire department here, most of who are also residents of the town, who are here with us today. I thank you all for your hard work and being here to support your department and our town. So, we are here today to conduct the first session of our town's annual business meeting. For those of you who may be new or a little intimidated by this process, I will try to give a little background to make it a little less intimidating in hopes that you will all participate. Over the past several months, our town department heads and their elected officials have been putting together their anticipated budgets and needs for the next fiscal year. Those budgets are then presented to the board of select persons who forge a path forward to address those needs and budgets. Most items will become part of the general operating budget, which is warrant article 2 today, or they may elect to place items into separate warrant articles 3 through 20 today. 25 citizens or more may also draft a citizen petition warrant article. We have one of those today, Article 21. The BOS then works with our budget committee to refine all cost items. The budget committee then presents the budget to the public in a public hearing for their public comments. Once the public hearings are over, the warrant is drafted and posted. It is then up to the moderator, with the assistance of other officials, staff, and the town attorney, to make sure that the town's business is accomplished fairly and efficiently at the annual meeting, which is why you are all here today. You are the legislative body. Through me, the moderator, you will be given the opportunity to discuss and debate the warrant articles. All warrants will be placed on the ballot. We are not moving or voting on any warrants today. However, should you choose, you may amend warrant articles as currently written. The body will vote on the amendment. If the majority accepts the amendment, this means that you have changed how the warrant will appear on the ballot on town voting. All warrants can be amended except those whose wording is prescribed by law and with some limitations. I will point these restrictions out as we move along. You cannot change the subject matter of any warrant. The Department of Revenue Administration considers the following amendments from the floor of the meeting as a change in subject matter and won't disallow them. Naming agents to extend capital reserve funds or town-funded trust when the article is posted is not named. Changing an article from appropriating money for a capital reserve or a trust to expending it in a fiscal year. In other words, an amendment to buy a police cruiser. Now, instead of putting the money in the police cruiser capital reserve fund would not be allowed, or vice versa. Designating appropriations article as non-lapsing when the article is posted. Since we are a town with a budget committee, our amendments are also subject to the 10% rule. This means that at this meeting, we cannot appropriate a total amount which exceeds the total recommended by the budget committee by more than 10%. There are some things, some wiggle room to that, but again, Ms. Lowry is here to help us with that. As she is here to help us with any legal guidance on all of the exemptions and limitations. Moderators' rules, there are copies of them if you need them. No person shall speak during any meeting without leave of the moderator, nor when any person is speaking is in order. And all persons shall be silent at the desire of the moderator. That is RSA 40:7. Use gavel, point of order. The moderator will take the articles in the order that they appear on the warrant unless the moderator announces the intent to take articles out of order, which will require approval from the legislative body. The legislative body is all registered voters whose legal domicile is Nottingham. Presenters of warrant articles will have a 5-minute time limit unless they've made prior arrangements with me. Moderator should give permission to speak to non-resident department heads, legal counsel, and any other persons with information pertinent to the warrants at my discretion. Presenter may make additional comments on the article after all the other speakers have spoken or when the moderator directs a question to them from the legislative body. Speakers from the legislative body must show their voting cards, state their name and street address clearly every time they step to the microphone. This is the law as well as it helps our clerks record the minutes. Speakers will have a 3-minute time limit. All questions, comments are directed to me. Please don't directly address, don't call anyone out by name, speak through me. You may say the last speaker, let's not use people's names, let's not make anyone feel comfortable. We'll attempt to give you a 30-second warning. A little sign here, we're going to do our best. We have our egg timers. I always hate to cut people off when I hear you wrapping up, but sometimes what I think is a wrap up isn't, so I'm just going to try to be consistent. That's the only fair way to do it. A reasonable amount of relevant and non-repetitive debate will be allowed from the legislative body. I assume you all have places we want to be, have to be, so let's try to be conscious of that. Listen to your neighbors when they're speaking, if they've already said it. Try to cut that down. All registered voters who wish to address an article will speak before anyone else gets to speak twice. No uncivil behavior will be tolerated, including but not limited to disrespectful language, false accusations, or personal attacks. If any person shall behave in a disorderly manner and after notice from the moderator persist in such behavior or shall in any way disturb the meeting, or willfully violate any rule of proceeding, the moderator may command a constable, police officer, or legal voter to remove such a disorderly person from the meeting and detain such person until the business is finished, per RSA 40:9. Elected officials, election officials, including the moderator, are also citizens with the same voting rights and privileges granted to each citizen. However, when expressing personal opinions, they must separate themselves from that office by stepping to the floor and speaking from the microphone designated for the public. Any amendment to the warrant must be submitted to the moderator in writing prior to a vote being taken on the amendment. The moderator will not accept motions in the negative. So you can't say, I move that we not amend the budget. Some of that is just to not confuse voters at the polls or anything. There must be a motion and a second on the floor for each amendment, only one amendment on the floor at a time. So if we're openly discussing a warrant and then someone opposes an amendment, the focus of discussion will be that amendment until it either passes or fails. The moderator will try to ensure that the contents of all motions and amendments are fully understood. Please do not hesitate to ask if you have a question. Voting will be by voter cards. Except where required by statute or by request, you must be seated for the ballot to count your vote. Voters may request a yes or no secret ballot. Prior to the vote, the moderator must receive signatures for 5% of registered voters. Requesting a secret ballot, I give a motion. As the moderator, I also reserve the right to call for a secret ballot if I feel anything is a bit too contentious. Voters may also request a secret ballot after a vote is done by voter card. Immediately after the division on a given motion, 7 present registered voters must stand and request a yes/no revote by secret ballot. All votes are subject to reconsideration during the meeting unless a motion to invoke RSA 4010 is voted in the affirmative regarding the article. This essentially means if you don't want to come back and discuss anything later, we want to invoke RSA 4010. I will not entertain motions for 4010 before there's a line of people who like to speak. Let's be respectful of that. Results of all votes will be announced by the moderator. A person wishing to film or photograph the meeting shall do so only from the back of the room or other designated area so as not to serve as disruption or distraction. I will now begin reading the articles. Article 1, to choose by ballot all necessary town officers for the ensuing year. The It's not an amendable article, so it will be placed on the ballot by our clerk as written. Article 2, shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or is amended by the vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $5,137,855. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $4,848,607, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13 X and XBI to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. The estimated tax impact is $3.14 per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 6-5. Presenter, budget committee chair, Mike Kelly is not with us, but we have Owen Graham Gray to present the budgets. I haven't opened the public conversation yet.
I want to make a point on the safety.
Sure.
Okay, just for the record, violation of state fire code, state fire marshal regulations. The assembly permit for this auditorium is out of date. It's not signed by the current fire chief. Just want to make that record show.
Thank you, sir.
Try to talk loudly. So, budget committee has two documents in front of you today that we provided. These are the documents as they are presented to the state. So that's why they are in this format. The documents are 2024.
Could you use the microphone? Hey.
Is this picking up now? Okay. Well, got it. Apologies. We have two documents in front of you today. There's the default budget and then the proposed budget. The default budget is on form MSDTV, and the proposed budget is MS-737 form. These are the state forms as they are presented to the state officially reported. We'll start with the default budget, MSDTV. If you open up your default budget, you will see prior year adopted budget, increases, reductions, one-time appropriations, and then a transition to the default. So that means that the default budget is last year's budget, taking away, as noted, the certain requirements for one-time costs, one-time purchases, or any contracted or required increases. You can look through each individual section. However, there are very few changes between the two. So I will go to the last page and just note that the default budget for the proposed year, as previously noted, at $4,848,607 is $1,758 less than last year's budget. Those reductions came from, you can see some interest differentials, which are contractual, obviously, and then taking out a one-time laptop purchase. Other than that, the default budget this year is pretty straightforward. So then I will switch to MS-737. So this will be the proposed budget. I will note overall this year, the budget requests came in from different departments at a little over 10%. The budget committee and board of selectmen are required to get below the 4% tax cap on the recommended budget, which I will go through that calculation a little further on as well. But I can say that the priority in talking with Board of Selectmen and with, speaking internally, the board. Okay, am I still getting picked up on the mic in the back? Looks like it. How about here? Getting it now? Okay, sorry, I can't hear myself, obviously. So I will say this year that the biggest push and the biggest concern were salaries. The salary adjustments were by far the largest to the budgets. Just about every department had a salary adjustment, and some were quite significant. Some of those adjustments were even upwards of close to 30% of their budget lines because of cost of living adjustments and studies that were conducted based on surrounding towns and discovering that our staff were not being paid adequate wages. There were pretty substantial adjustments. The focus was to keep those adjustments as best we could and then make reductions in other areas where possible to get out of that 4%.
Yes.
Oh, that's worse. Okay, I think we've got the feedback issue. Yes, maybe perhaps, I don't know, we'll see. So going through the MS 737 sheet, so folks have an understanding. First column is actual expenditures, so that is how much money was spent in each line item throughout the year. For the 2023 calendar year, see it says as ended 12/31/2023. Appropriations were what the budget was for that year, so you can see some items come in under, some items come in over. Overall, the town board of selectmen and the town administrator are tasked with keeping the overall budget in line, but they do have the way to shift between individual lines to make the funds balance. Then you can see in the third and fifth column, those would be the selectmen recommendations and budget committee recommendations, and then the last column is the difference. As you can see, budget committee and select board went back and forth quite a bit and came to a very similar budget proposal. There's about an $11,100 difference between the two recommended, but the final recommendation will be the budget committee's supplied budget. If you could please turn to page 9, you will see the revenues, anticipated revenues, and previous revenues that the town collects from lots of different things, motor vehicle permits being one of the bigger ones, building permits, meals and road tax distribution, things of that nature. You can see, looking through those, what the other totals are from the previous year, the budget, and then becoming estimated. And then if you could please turn to page 12. This page is a walkthrough, essentially, of how the tax cap gets calculated. So you start with the operating budget. You add in warrants. That gives you the total appropriations. reduced by the revenues and credits, and that is the estimated amount of taxes to be raised. And that is the number, that estimated amount of taxes to be raised, that is the number that the 4% tax cap is applied to. So it's not any one particular part of the budget, it is all of the budget, including the warrant articles minus the revenues. Because that is what the law states in the RSAs, and it is how your actual amount to be raised by taxes is directly affected. So that is the calculation. I wanted to make that distinction. It took us a while on the budget committee to wrap our heads around exactly how this calculation was made and handled, so I wanted to make sure that the town had a chance to understand. And all of that together came to the total recommended budget from the budget committee of $6,219,730. And I would be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any specifically at this time.
I'll go ahead and open the floor up for public discussion. Having a microphone issue, you're coming up to speak.
I just wanted to point out that unless you speak into the mic, we cannot hear you in the back. So a lot of what you said was very humble, plus there are discussions going on, which makes it really hard to hear. So for all of you who come up, just speak into the mic to be heard, please.
Thank you. And if you could all please keep your chatter down, that'd be appreciated as well. I can only hear you these days.
Jay Vilchak, 106 Mountain Road. I don't know if this is the appropriate time. We talk about the line items right now, and maybe
Yes.
there's some rationale.
Yes.
May or may not take 3 minutes, but I think this is a valuable discussion. You guys decided where our money is being spent. I'm asking for an explanation. What was the basis of the full-time salary line in the fire department? Yeah, I'm going to fire chief, so we'll get it.
Someone else be able to address that? Is that in the budget, that one that we're discussing?
Yeah, 4220.10, subcount right now.
Is that a separate warrant article, is there?
Negative stop on budget.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that, Ed, or?
It looks like the calculation was for 6 full-time firefighters, so the $25 average for the 48 hours a week, 52 weeks a year for 6 full-time firefighters.
You're doing the math, what is the total, what's the budget, so you're gonna ask.
Are you asking for clarification?
Yes, I want to know that color on this.
The full-time salary is showing proposed for 2024 at $375,000.
Okay. Could I ask you to use the calculator and divide that up by 25, and tell me how many hours that comes up to? Please? You got it for me.
$375,000 divided by $25.
That's your average, yes.
That's around 15,000 per hours.
15,000. Okay, I just want to point out to everybody, 2 full-timers, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year is 1,000, is 17,520 hours. That doesn't cover a full year's worth.
Thank you. Second,
I got that.
would anyone else like to speak before we still have a couple of minutes, I don't know if you want to move on to something else, or?
It's going to be in depth there, overtime, details of the overtime, can I give a rationale behind the overtime? How many hours have you, come on, you see where I'm going with this, how many hours are there in overtime? And so I was trying to see.
It's a little.
Mr. Sherman is going to have things.
full-time overtime salary showing 20,000 proposed for 2024. I don't have the breakdown here of where that number came up. And for your last part, the firefighters are paid 3 hours of overtime a week right now based on the schedule that they're paid for anything in excess of how much hours? Anything in excess of 45 hours, firefighters are paid overtime. So the original number you had cut backwards. So it's 45 hours a week per firefighter, and 3 hours of that is overtime.
Okay, as a point, I want to address this. As last week, warrant article, I had a discussion with them, with that. The warrant article last year hired an additional 3 to 48 starting time, to make that show the record. We could discuss that some other time. It wasn't 45 plus 3, there was no intent on that. The warrant article was passed to pay everyone overtime every day. That's this one. How many hours did that come up to, sir?
I don't know that we get.
What was, for the overtime, what was the basis for the overtime, how much rate was it?
$37.50 an hour, so overtime's paid at time and a half, so $25 an hour average.
Divided by 10 numbers, something else. 533 hours overtime, right? Okay. Not last one here, here's that. And I'm sorry if it's 3 minutes, but this is important stuff, it's our money, it's good stuff. Per diem details, can you tell me the same thing, what was the total budget for per diem?
You just have your 30, you're under 30 seconds.
If I step back and come back.
If you have 30 seconds.
We don't have the per diem split up from the part-timers, so the total part-time salary, anybody who's not considered full-time, is showing 65,000 proposed for 2024.
Okay. There's not a separate line for per diem.
No.
Okay, all right, okay.
Thank you. You have 16, and now everyone else has had a chance to speak again if you'd like.
I'm Doug Bates, 30 Lamprey. I would like to propose a change to line item 4153, legal expenses. That item is marked as $30,000. Going back to 2002, only in 3 years have we ever had legal expenses below $30,000. Last year's expenses were $83,000. We have a major lawsuit against the town coming up in June. And if we don't do well in that lawsuit, I think we can expect a major defamation lawsuit against the town. $30,000 is inadequate for dealing with this litigation. I recommend that a more reasonable and fiscally responsible figure is $130,000.
Are you making a recommendation to the board of selectmen, or are you asking for it?
I'm asking for an
Would
amendment.
you put that in writing for me, please? I need, so I assume you're making a motion. I'll wait till I have a okay, so we need a motion and a second, and then I'll meet with the surrounding amendments for the next. We're prepared, I was going to.
I move to amend line 4153 to $130,000.
Just to be clear, you can certainly amend the line in this document, however, you'll just be amending the bottom line in the actual warrant, so. This time I'll need a motion, Mr. Doug's making a motion, I'll get a second. All right, Gary Anderson, second. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, point of procedure question for you, Mrs. Bonner. You said that you would just be amending the bottom line, but isn't there a no means no principle in the New Hampshire state law where if we zero out something or, that actually says no means no? Do we not have a similar yes means yes type policy where if we say we want more money for a certain thing, that we want that money, reserved for that purpose?
What I said, we can amend this document, which becomes, for all intents and purposes, advisory to the Board of Selectmen. This body, the only thing we can amend is the actual bottom line of the warrant.
So how come in previous years we've amended like the late post program lines and things like that in the town clerk's salary?
Again, we are adjusting the line on this. If it's the pleasure of the voter, if the amendment passes, that line will be changed on this form that goes to DRA. I'm just addressing the fact that that's not going to be added to the amendment that's placed on the warrant, so it reads. We're just adjusting that bottom line there. I'm not saying that we can't amend the line. Does that make sense?
Not really. And I also have a question for the town lawyer. So
You can ask me the question. And
sure, I have a question for you to ask the town lawyer for me. If we budget more money for legal services, is that going to have any difference on the amount of legal services that the lawyer is going to consume?
I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, are you asking if just because we increased her line, is she going to spend that line? Is that her question?
Yes, is it more likely that she's going to recommend that we spend more money on legal services?
I'm not going to direct that question to anyone.
Oh, it sounds appropriate to me, thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amending? Article 2. I actually need to I haven't officially closed it, but I'm about to take a vote. If you want to say something real quick, I would figure out that, sure.
676 procedure. If we don't increase it, the money still gets funded anyway, correct? Or,
The Board of Selectmen, like I said, if you don't increase the line, but we have legal expenses, we will be finding the money in the budget anyway, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
that's, that's the past couple of years, is what he said. I haven't got it all back to 2000. Sorry.
Since 2002, anytime the town has gone over, the money's been found to spend on that.
Correct. Okay.
That answers your question, right?
I believe it is. It says we don't need to raise that money.
Yeah, can you just put your comment on the page, sure? Sure, understanding. Do you want to make that motion? I can't, that's what I can't do that on the warrant, however, the motion passes. Would you like to discuss the amendment?
Just to expand the question, as far as, okay, so if we do not vote on this, to increase this amount, the money will be found, that's a little vague for me, I'd just like to understand. From where? Is it taken from another line item?
Where is that?
So as towards the budget, the number that we're voting on today, that is the amount that the town can spend. Now, we have everything filled out as being all 6 full-time firefighters working, all the police staff being working, fully staffed, highway departments, everything. Well, obviously, living here long enough, you know that we are having a tough time staffing every department fully. So if there is money left over out of those departments, we can use that money if we have to on other line items in order to spend and make up for the loss.
And so I know this one gets a little bit muddy, so this document you all had with the budget, this is what gets submitted to the DRA. So while I can't add verbiage to the article that moves to the ballot that will say we increase this line item by such and such an amount, I will make an amendment to increase the bottom line. If it passes, it will get adjusted here and sent that way. But again, it is up to the governing body to find those funds elsewhere if they need to move around. So I'm just going to ask for a motion, just to clarify the verbiage here. So I need a motion to increase the current budget. Article 2 will be increasing the bottom line to $5,237,854. All those in favor, let me get a motion. Get Bates, second from the Gary, or you? Second, Gary Anderson. All those in favor, the article as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion fails. Any further discussion on Article 2? All right, moving on. Good, okay.
J. Bill 106 Mountain Road. 2 questions, and I got a point that I'd like the legislature, if I may, make the point that the board of selectmen just said that some of these line items, like salary, are being overfunded. Maybe the legislative body ought to be paying attention to reducing that line item, full-time firefighters, by a factor of maybe 25%, because we're already in the first quarter and it is not fully staffed. So there may be a little bit of fact in that line there, but something I want to think about taking it out, okay? That's just a comment. Second question is, the role of our call members in the current fire department. There is a stipend line, correct?
Yes.
4220.10 dash, you got it in front of you, I get those copies. Used to be 40,000, so it's easy for you to stay there. 40,000. Could somebody explain what the role is in the call department members? And I just want to basically say, are the call members still required to stand duty nights, mandatory duty nights for somebody? Yes.
Want to respond to that?
So you're referring to the fire department stipend line, which was in 2023, 40,000, still 40,000 in 2024. I believe that's for the on-call members that are covering on nights that we don't have coverage. I don't know.
Could somebody speak to it and tell me whether or not the call department members are required to stand duty nights like they did up until March of 2023?
I don't have that information
Who
from
do we get from the department?
Again,
Yeah, can we get it from the department? head?
I can certainly answer it. Would the fire department head like to respond to any questions?
of this time, the fire department per diem, all members are in cost. They do not have right, they do not have the mandatory duties.
Could you tell me when that policy stopped?
Would you like to address that next?
Yeah, the policy stopped somewhere around May.
Thank you. So I'm gonna allow the next person to speak, if that's okay.
I just wanted to
If you have your
invoke,
vote.
I Thomas been there, there's 2 Washington Lane. I would like to invoke RSA 40:10 to restrict consideration for the warrant article we just finished.
I'll take a second. Second, yes, you gave them a second. All those in favor of invoking Article 40:10 to restrict further action, Article 2, say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on.
Yeah, Jeff, 106.
I unfortunately, we've been voting 40:10, which restricts any further conversation about that article, so I'm gonna go to the next one. If you want to speak to that one, you can, that one, all right? Okay. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Police Technology Equipment Expendable Trust Fund previously established. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 1 cent per 1,000 of property valuation. The Select Board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The Budget Committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. We have our Board of Select Person Chair, Ben Bartlett, here to speak to the article.
Afternoon, good morning. This fund is for, tools for the police department to use, for their everyday, patrols and so on. And it's also to help bring the police department to the 21st century. If there's more in-depth questions, I would refer them to the chief.
Chief Woodman, I'll go off the floor. Would you like to say anything at all? You don't have to, no.
Good morning, Nottingham. This is the fund that we had last year, and you guys all should be familiar with it. Second year we're doing it. It's kind of I call it like a savings account for high-tech items, body cameras, cruiser cameras, radars, equipment that costs a lot of money to replace, even if like a battery broke. So rather than burden the taxpayer of upping all my lines whenever I need this item, I can certainly go to this fund and use it. I used it this year to procure body worn cameras. Half of it I got with the state grant, the other half I got with the tech fund. So that's it in a nutshell. Does anybody have any specific comments about that or concerns or anything? I'm here to answer your questions.
Anyone? I'll now open the floor to the public. Anyone have a question or comment? Me? All right. The article will be placed on the ballot as written. Just so it's on the record, I didn't say it, Article 2 will be placed on the ballot as amended. Article 4, to see if the town will.
Madam Moderator,
Yes.
I'd like to invoke RSA 4010, Article 2.
Can I have a second? That Tom Kevich, second. All those in favor? We're going to move on to Article 4, and then we go ahead and speak, is that right? Article 4, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of purchasing the necessary fuel, supplies, equipment, and maintenance to run the ambulance and billing services for 2024, and to authorize the withdrawal of $40,000 from the ambulance equipment replacement special revenue fund created for this purpose. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is $0 per 1,000 of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. We have with us today board select person member Matt Sherlin, who will speak to these articles.
Yes, thank you. Article 4 is, we've been doing it for several years now. It's the same $40,000 just to supply the ambulance. Really nothing special in it, especially with the 2 ambulances that we have. This will take about a year or 2 to figure out the exact cost for each, but we should only heavily use the one ambulance at a time, and we just have it back in case one needs to go out for maintenance.
Slide. You all have it in front of you. You all done?
All set.
This time I'll open the floor for public comment.
Bill Chuck 106 Mountain Road. I just had a question on the previous, I was a little bit confused, maybe I didn't properly. When Mr. McCavish was up to the mic the first time and he did the.
Fortunately, yes, are you asking about the, what?
Which
motion is?
one, no, which one was that in reference to?
At this point, we've been voting for RSA 40:10 on all articles, so we cannot put part time restricted for allowing any conversation further on those articles.
Okay, so it wasn't the amendment.
The article is put on the ballot as amended, so yes, it's restricted all conversation. I think she's referring to the budget. Article.
Right, well, I was
She's asking
confused.
if there's a restriction on the, once an article has been amended, that is now how it's going to move to the ballot. So once 4010 is restricted, it's on the article as amended.
So it cannot be brought up
It
again.
cannot be read.
Okay, Bill Chuck, 106 Mountain Road. I'm all about transparency, so I'm going to ask questions about ambulance fund, if it's okay with you. Sorry about that.
You're much taller than someone.
Thank you. I accuse of others. Thanks. And I'm all about transparency, like I just said. And I'm going to ask some questions about the ambulance fund. In previous years, before we went to this SB2 thing, we had a book here to go by so we could see. There is no town report, so I don't know what these numbers are.
We have a bunch of different deadlines for.
Yeah, that's, it's beyond our database, right? Ambulance transport fees collected in calendar year 2023. Could someone tell me, please, how much we collected in the ambulance for transport fees in the last calendar year?
Certainly. And I'm gonna let someone respond that they could, and then just because we have someone else. in the
Yep,
room,
yeah.
So wait for your next comment after.
If you don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you. Would anyone like to respond to that? The board of selectmen, budget committee? No, not this time, okay.
I think we're looking if we have a direct number.
Okay. Just a little housekeeping, because in the presence of what I'm trying to juggle up here, the article was, and the budget amendment failed, so it was not amended, moved to the article. Hopefully you all got that and just forgave my mistake. Thank you. Thank you for your business.
I believe we're still looking, we don't have it immediately available for.
If it's appropriate, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'll allow us to move on, and if they find the answer, I will let them respond to that. Thank you, sir.
Skip Evans, 340 State Road.
You just, please, see your voter card and number.
Number 12.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to ask this question based on the last question, because I was going to ask that question first. How much money is in the fund? This article does not seem to raise money to put back in the fund to keep the fund going. I'm not sure. It appears that there's a $40,000 bill. We're going to pay it for you. We're going to pay it to you. So what is the purpose of the fund? I thought it was to have money available to pay for these costs.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody like to respond to that? Anybody available to respond to that?
I'll respond to it.
Sure.
So I think the way that fund gets,
Just for the record, this is, please, would you step to the mic? This is Mr. Bukovic, he's a member of our budget committee.
I mean, our former 17 years police, fire chief here can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the way that fund gets filled up is reimbursements from different towns and different people that get ambulance services. I think it's one of the few times when you see that the tax cost is estimated at 0 per thousand, that's actually true.
Thank you, Mr. Bukovic, that's appreciated. Can I get a nod from police and fire? Does that sound about right? Thank you. That is correct. Did you have a separate? I'm sorry.
Continuation, if I may.
Okay. Just, you have people behind, so I want to give everyone
Well,
a fair shot.
so if that's the case, why do we need to raise the money this year? If the funds come in and we
I think there's a responsibility to make sure so that that article allows that responsibility, so even though it's getting correct.
Again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they raise and appropriate the money at the beginning of the year. That money, all the reimbursements and everything aren't collected until the end of the year when we know how many services we provided to whoever's paying us.
Correct, which is, so this is really giving the governing body an ability to do that even if it is being reimbursed.
okay, again, I'm sorry, it appears logical to me that we would be raising a sum of money to go into a fund that would pay for these bills that come in that exceed what we take in. So why is it zero impact? Aren't the bills going to be paid now?
Skip,
Yeah, that's been responded to,
Skip, this is
so
the same
unless someone-
formula that's been on for years, this is how the ambulance is funded
I
every
don't
year.
care what happened in the past.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's.
But so how it works, we raise
Okay, I'm
and
gonna stop
appropriate.
Matt,
Sorry.
and I'm gonna
I
stop
see it
both
now.
of you back in our conversation here.
Yep.
When Matt's speaking, and we're gonna have a little more decorum here. I'm gonna just go ahead, I feel like the question's been answered, so if you don't mind having a seat, I appreciate that. Okay.
One of 6 Mountain Road again, in the interest of clarity. My previous question is not going to be answered, apparently. Just, no.
Unfortunately, it didn't sound like they have any answer.
Can the town administrator take an action to post that on the town website as soon as Monday, which looks in the or maybe fire chief?
I'm not warranted to do any of that here at this meeting, fortunately, but she can certainly hear what you're saying and take that under advice.
Maybe fire chief has a number and he posts it now, does he have one? So that's.
He does not.
Does not. Okay, my second question before my time runs out, and I could ask the board, what is the balance of the ambulance company? This is important information that was always presented in previous years. Okay, so, these numbers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You want to have a seat? I'll go ahead and do they all want to answer to, do you have that amount with us? Okay.
She'll mention, okay, I'm gonna get 3 minutes, okay. I got a question, have the ambulance transport fees been changed in calendar year 2023? Okay, so the answer is, so you have to.
Anyone respond to that?
No, they have not been changed.
Are they planning on being changed in 2024?
We probably have to look at the fees, that, I can't say no, we're not going to, we have to look at and try to balance out the line item for the ambulance, so that would probably be something the fire department would look at. And once the year goes on, diesel costs, fuels, the increased medical costs, to replace stuff once it's used.
Insurance money too, I'll give you a hint.
Thanks.
Okay. Last question, Pam, really? What is the status of the ambulance? Has it been state inspected and if not, when is it scheduled for? Thank you.
Yes, ambulance two has been state inspected and is in service.
Any further discussion on Article 4?
Standard bill job 106 Mountain Road. Were any deficiencies found with the ambulance inspection?
For ambulance two,
Correct. I'm gonna,
no ambulance deficiencies are found that was inspected. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's make sure we're keeping items that were warranted here to discuss, please.
Well,
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. Did you want to have the microphone? Oh, I think they were looking, did you?
hear the question?
There's no question yet. I was just asking, she looked like she was, if she's, hold on, I got this. Did you have an answer? Okay. She was just asking for an update on that, but I thought she wanted to come to the microphone, that's all.
Skip Severance, 340 State Road. Number 12. So I think what confuses me about this particular warrant article is the fact that it says authorize withdrawal of $40,000. Is that up to $40,000 as bills come in, or is it we raise it and then it's gone, authorized? It seems like there's bills of $40,000 that we want to pay for.
Anyone want to respond? I a little bit feel like we were.
And then I don't know how the fund gets added to it necessarily. Okay.
I feel like this one's got a chance to be clearly already, so. Thank you.
Well,
Hey, seeing no further conversation, and everyone's still working on that. Are we, I'm just gonna ask, are we moving on?
Yes, we
We're
are.
getting a bit repetitive at this point.
Yeah, it has to do with the fund. If you can't find it, good again.
Yes, I would.
Take the action, post it on the town website, so the town has it in session.
Pending no further conversation, Article 4 will move to the ballot as written. We're moving this on ballot. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate sum of $100,000 to be added to the fire vehicle SCBA capital reserve fund previously established. Majority vote required.
Did we vote RSA 45?
Did not, would you like to?
I would like.
All right, second. All those in favor of invoking Article 4010 for Article 4, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The ayes have it, we will not discuss Article 4 any further. That was the vote. Who gave a second to that? Maureen, again. Can I start where I left off, or do you need to start? The estimated tax impact is 12 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. 11-0. We have board of select person member Sherland here to discuss.
Oh, yeah, it's a continuation, of, if you have like the SIP form or anything like that, the standard 100,000 is what we've been adding on for several years now, so that if any large vehicle expenditures come up, or have to replace SCDA's, we have the funds to do it.
No second. Floor is open for public comment.
Jay Wilczek, 106 Mount Road. Has this $100,000 standard deposit in capital reserve been reviewed recently for the increased inflation? The cost of repair, I'll go right to the punchline. Tanker one, to replace tanker one, is gonna cost $600,000 in 2024 bucks. Replace engine two, 1,000-gallon pumper tanker is in the high $800,000. Okay, to replace engine three, which is a 3,000-gallon super engine, is over $1 million. And if there was ever a future for a bigger piece of apparatus like a pump that's $1.5 million, I just want to offer that the numbers in there at 100 grand are probably, it's a waste of time right now with the cost of replacing vehicles. State and north of the mission.
Thank you, sir.
I don't, yeah.
Matt, did you want to talk?
Yes, the funds been reviewed, through the SIP process, and based on the status of the, how the vehicles are right now, they feel that the funds vested good, and the track for 100,000 looks good for the next few years. What's that? It goes up to 125,000 next year.
Thank you.
Just a question regarding, what is in line.
Name, address, and
Sorry, 59.
Thank you.
Question on what is in line, the CIP for the next vehicle, or item that might be, in the line for expenditures for the.
If you're responding to that,
I believe the next piece of that apparatus up for consideration would be tanker one. Approximately 2025 for tanker one, depending on. Meets the expected lifespan of 2026, so somewhere in there, we'll be either ordering one or taking a look at the degradation of the truck to see if it continues on.
thank you.
Sandra Bilchuk, 106 Mountain Road. What is the current balance in that capital reserve?
Someone respond to that?
Sorry, well, the form scrolled through here. Just over 113,000, that was the end of the third quarter of 23.
Thank you.
The end of the third quarter of 23, that's the most current you have.
114,391 is now apparently more.
Final answer?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, okay.
Skip Severance.
Thank you. Address.
I guess I figured out what my problem was here. The previous one was a revenue fund. This is a reserve fund. So I'm assuming the revenue fund reflects the fact that it comes and goes. In the reserve fund, you put money aside for that purpose. Thank you very much. That would have been a better answer last time.
So no question. Okay, anyone? Okay.
All right, just clarification on the fund balance, there's an additional 300,000 that the town moved into a CD to get a higher interest rate, in preparation for potential to get a higher fund, so it's 414-ish thousand is available right now.
Thank you.
Sandra Bilchuk, 106 Mountain Road. So what is that final figure? And it is as of today, currently. When is the
As of
CD?
the close of 23 was approximately, the combined, the CD and the fund is approximately 414,000-ish.
Thank you.
$414,392 for those who can't hear that.
Thank you. It's a lot to say, that's numbers.
Thank you. Further discussion? Article 5 will be placed on the ballot as written. Anyone like to vote Article 4010 before everybody?
I'd like to vote Article, RSA 4010.
Sorry, so Article, do that too. Second from. Okay. All those, no, I was second. All those in favor of voting RSA 40:10 on Article 5, please say aye. Raise your card and say aye. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries. We'll not discuss Article 5 further. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 for the purpose of increasing the fire chief stipend for the remainder of 2024. But the estimated yearly stipend in 2025 to be $71,440, and all future costs to be included in the annual budget and default budget moving forward. This increase is based on the increased minimum mandated qualifications of chief as set forth by the Nottingham Fire Rescue Department bylaws, majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 7 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee does not recommend this appropriation. With us, Board of Select Member Matt Sherlin to present the article.
Yep, so this is originally proposed, the yearly stipend for chief has not been increased in several years. We did the math out, it basically equates to maybe $44 per day. So moving forward, the original bylaws had a firefighter 1 for time and service qualification. Don't have the full, but the increase in firefighter 2 command and other qualifications that are required moving forward. We just looked at what the other area chiefs are making. That yearly stipend breaks down to about more like $275 a day, which would be closer to $34 an hour. And this is a stipend, not, they'd still be selected by the fire department and then appointed bodies. That's enough.
That's it. Great.
Correct.
Motion for public comment.
Dickie Green, 57 Smoke Street. I just would like some clarification on what a salary is versus a stipend.
So salary would be like if it was a full-time employee of the town, and stipend would be like the select board gets a stipend, fire chief is currently an appointed position, so it's a stipend, not a salary.
Okay, so is the fire chief being appointed, receiving a stipend, is he full-time?
No benefits, no payroll taxes.
So when you're looking at the stipend that you want to hand out, and you're basing it on what other chiefs are getting, are other chiefs in other towns full-time that you're comparing, or are these volunteers or appointed people? Because if it's not a full-time position, I understand it's our safety and it helps to protect all of us, but it seems excessive to me.
That would be allowing a stipend to that point, it's not about all spending it. That would give room needed to basically help incentivize for the position.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that under the stipend, what they would receive would depend upon the hours invested in this position since it's not full-time? In other words, I'm asking, is that full amount going to be expended on somebody who's not doing a full-time job? Because I agree, our volunteers and appointed people, if they're not full-time should have the respect and the due diligence of the population to understand that we care for them and what they do for us. But if it's not full-time and it's not a salary, it seems really excessive to me, and it's a huge jump from what the previous stipend was.
Thank you.
Thomas McKevich, Washington, and I have another question. You said that you guys reviewed the salaries for fire chief positions in other towns. Did you guys consider Deerfield, our neighboring town of a roughly similar size? But I think that the fire chief there also gets a very small salary or stipend, like we currently do.
And before I move further, I just want to remind everyone to
Or I'll look in your direction when I ask it. But the question is to the select board.
appreciate that. At the end of the day, Board of Selectmen like to respond to their questions. All questions and comments are actually to me.
Yep, I believe they did look around. I don't have all the figures in front of me, I'm sorry for the neighboring areas, but there were several considerations put into this. Up to that point.
Is it true though that Deerfield also has a small stipend like we do currently?
I believe that to be true, but without having the actual figure number in front of me, I don't know. A quick Google search says fire chief. That's as near to accurate.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have the exact number.
Again, I know it's an irritation for the priorities and name and address every time, so please, if folks are, you're doing your job. Oh, couldn't hear me? Sorry. Just a reminder for everyone, I know it seems silly, but voter card, name, and address every time you step to the microphone, we are taking minutes. This is a public meeting, so thank you. And it's the law.
Kathy Mayo, 131 Arden Road. What is the current stipend, please?
I believe it's in the warrant.
No, it says 60,000 will be added to make it total 71,440. So 11,440 is the line item for the chief stipend.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, ma'am. Good morning, whatever we are. Jay Wilczek, 106 Mountain Road, just facts here. Raymond, full-time chief, 101K. Epic, full-time chief, 116K. Lee, full-time chief, 82K. Barrington, full-time chief, 90K. Northwood, full-time chief, 76K. Deerfield is approximately 16K a year for the stipend.
Thank you, sir.
Stearns, 340 State Road. I'm trying to figure out an amendment for this,
Okay.
and it seems like it's almost impossible to write an amendment for this that would be valid to be voted on.
What is it that tell me your end game, what are you looking to increase the amount, lower the amount?
I was hoping to make the amount 0.
You can do that. Thank you, I got this.
I understand, but then if the voters vote on this, and they vote yes, it's 0. If they vote no, what is it?
If they vote no, it's what it says here, unless someone else amends it.
Still 0.
No. If you make.
No, I'm saying at the polls.
At the polls, so if you make an amendment.
Yeah.
To change it to 0, and the legislative body that is here today agrees to that amendment.
Yeah.
What goes to the ballot will be 0.
Correct.
Correct.
And at the polls,
At the polls.
when the people have a chance to vote on this article,
Yes, it will say 0 should the amendment pass.
and they vote yes,
Yes.
what's the end result?
That 0 will be added. to the
If they vote no, what is the end result?
The stipend remains the same.
No, it remains at 0.
Well, they're looking to increase, okay, so they're looking to increase the stipend. The subject is to increase the stipend.
The stipend
I'm gonna check with
increase.
the attorney.
Yeah, that's fine.
But spare.
Right.
Tom, did you have?
All right, go ahead.
So the subject matter here is an increase to the stipend. So you would be zeroing out the increase, not the fact that the stipend, not the stipend doesn't exist in the budget.
Yeah,
You'd be voting yes or no to increase the stipend, not to increase the stipend. Capture that's correct.
yeah, I meant the stipend instead.
I assume your goal is not to zero out and have no stipend.
Correct.
So you would want to amend the increase dollar amount, not the full amount.
I'd like to make an amendment to increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you kind of paper, so you can write it, and so we're gonna do it that way, and have that back and forth, although the next speaker.
I'm just gonna change the numbers in this and give it.
So I understand. You just want to simply change the number?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You're gonna give me your paper.
Right. Does that work?
Could I, do you wanna?
I'd like to make an amendment to Article 6 to say, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0 for the purpose of increasing the fire chief's stipend for the remainder of 2024, with the estimated yearly stipend in 2025 to be $11,440.
Do I have a second on the motion? Decker. Discussion on the amendment? You, I want. Of course you do.
Thomas McGivern, 2 Washington Lane.
We're ahead of you, did you just? Yes, the line.
Go ahead, my question's not on you.
Not in the minute, if you're referring to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to support this amendment. I happen to know that we have a highly qualified individual in this town that is willing to serve as fire chief for the $11,440. So why should we appropriate more money when they're happy with that amount and they're highly qualified?
Speaking to the amendment, I can only allow conversation to the amendment at this point. Alana?
Hi, Alana Kenny, 68 Ledge Park Road. I would like to say that I don't think 11,000 is a good enough amount of money for a full-time fire chief, especially now that we have, before we would like to have 6 full-time members and 24-hour shifts. Who's actually gonna make $11,000 managing a department like that? Would anybody actually work for that amount? I'm sorry, would you have your chair, you have your opportunity to do that? I don't agree with this from property.
Hold on 1 second, Alana. Okay, let's keep our booing and our clapping and all of that. It's not appropriate for forums. While I appreciate support of the employee, past or present, let's keep some decorum here.
Well, I just want to
Alana, I
say.
need you to speak to me. Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to say, excluding the prior fire chief, I don't believe a truly qualified person who is going to properly manage the department with 6 full-time employees, 24-hour shifts, every single day of the week, going on call, going on the weekends, is going to actually, well, whether they would take that much or not, I don't think that they deserve that amount of money. I think they deserve a lot more than that. And to put this down to 0 is an insult to the position.
Thank you.
$50,000, 57 Small Street. In regards to the amendment, as the discussion went and the answers were given, was my understanding that the acting fire chief is not full-time, and my opposite amount that's stipulated in the article was, I believe, it's excessive, and the fact that it's a stipend, not a salary or a wage for a full-time fire chief. So I'd just like people to keep that in mind. Somewhat, we're getting apples and oranges in here, so it's clarification on the terms of what we're actually looking to fund. And my understanding is, as the proposed change on the amendment, is that it's not 0, it's maintaining what the stipend is already for this year.
Thank you. And just, if I, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but the amount is not a guarantee, it's up to amount, and I assume it's to explore all those things that we're discussing here. So I think that's where the point of it is, to secure funds so they can explore those options.
Jane Burley,
Is there any amendment?
I have a question about it,
About
about the amendment in the position. How many hours is the position? You guys are calling him part-time. Then what's his hours? Is he on call X amount of time, or is he on call 24/7? That's my question about it. Is it part-time or is it not?
I think I just clarified that, the amounts that they're asking for is not a solid amount, they're asking for up to that amount to sort of explore all of those, to have that extra funding to explore those options is what's best for the department, is what I understood, it sounds like.
My question is, what is the current chief's responsibility as far as time-wise, Monday through Sunday? Is he a part-time position where he's only on call from 9 to 1, Monday through Tuesday? Or is he available 7?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask either Board of Selectmen or Chief Curry, would you like, would anyone like to respond to that?
I mean, the fire chief position as a department head, same police chief, they're basically on all time. I know when calls are coming in, if a call comes up and it needs additional resources, then they're notified. So it is basically 24/7, 365. Without, it doesn't, they can't be in other places or do whatever, like, there's no set, you need to be in the front office.
Delegate, you can delegate.
Correct, it doesn't need to be in the office from 9 to 1.
It just sounds very full-time to me, that's all.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Sandra Milchuck, 106 Mountain Road. I do also have a question regarding, I guess, what are the parameters? Is it defined? Is there going to be a defined schedule? If an individual is expected to work via stipend, and are we using the term stipend and part-time together? Does that mean the same thing by definition?
Are we feel like we're splitting hairs here right now? Thank you. That's the same question. Do you want to respond to
You know, I really think it's important for voters to understand. I think there is no volunteers left on the fire department unless you choose not to receive your stipend. There's full-timers, there's per diem people, the other term that's being used together. What is the definition of part-time versus per diem? And who is actually a member of the fire department and who actually is paid?
Yeah, do you want to, somebody want to speak to sort of the different definitions? And again, I think I've clarified it multiple times that this is
an opportunity for them to explore all of those options. Is that, am I presenting that correctly? That there is no set determination, that this is an opportunity for you to explore how to move forward?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
I'm not sure what that means. What is the opportunity to move forward?
I think we've discussed that in this group. I'm not sure.
Is there anybody else that can explain what does that mean? You're using money to explore something? I'm really confused.
Correct. I'm gonna say this for the final time. As the article is written, do you want to say it differently? Maybe I'm not saying it clearly enough. But the
I'm gonna put 19 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Since that's what we're looking for. The appropriate fund of the 71,440 is for us to go out and find applicants to be our fire chief. Now, the fire chief that we would hire is probably going to have different parameters or set goals. You know, a guy or woman could come in and say, I don't want to work 30 hours for this. Another person would come in and say, I'm willing to work 35 hours. Somebody would say 25. As we go through the application process in finding the new chief, we need to have X amount of money set aside to know where it is. Maybe the proper candidate that's going to work well for us is only going to be at 25, and we won't be spending the whole 71,000. Now, this is in order to, make sure we have a number for you, the public, to say, this is what we are asking for, not to exceed on our finding of a new chief.
Thank you,
The
John.
parameters of what's going to happen from there will be on depending on the individual that's hired and the discussion of what they're expecting, and what they expect for their pay and compensation to become the new chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy.
John Becker, 11 Lakeview Drive. I support the amendment because basically this warrant article is very confusing. On the budget committee, the budget committee overall recommended or did not recommend it. And I can tell you my reason for not recommending it was that it sounds like the select board wants to hire a full-time chief, but it's putting in a stipend to kind of like, it's just too mixed up. I mean, if that's what they were really looking to do, was hire a full-time chief, then that's what they should be pursuing, not a stipend that's too wishy-washy and how you to extend and not extend it, and things like that. It's just not clear enough in this one part.
Thank you.
Check 106 Monroe, a comment to Mr. Moore's. Sounds like he's circumventing the will of the legislative body among the chief was selected and approved. There hasn't been a warrant article change on that selection, and that's the comment from the taxpayer. Number two, is there a position description written as of this time to cover this, whatever we're doing? Do this.
The warrant is, I can't really get into that. Are you asking me to get into bylaws or?
Not bylaws, position description from the town since.
The position description is in the Nottingham Fire and Rescue bylaws that were amended earlier this year, and they have qualifications that the department will be looking for. So the RSA 154 stipulates that it meets the warrant article that was originally passed. So the fire department will still go through the process of doing the selection for the voting, the fire department will go through the voting for potential candidates for the chief, and then that will be put forward for appointment. So it's a stipend because it's an appointed position, it's not a full-time salary, they're not, we would have to change, we'd have to put a warrant article out to change the structure of how we view RSA 154. The warrant, the bylaws that would change the requirements, which before was maybe firefighter 1 or time at department, now it's firefighter 2 and different ones, so.
Thank you.
Yep, so the bylaws are what stipulate all the other earlier questions.
I'm unfortunately not warranted to discuss that here, and the public hasn't been notified that we're discussing those here.
Bylaws are not a position description.
Thank you, sir.
speaking specifically, again, we're speaking specifically to zero amendment. This is posted to the general public, so we cannot speak or take actions on items that we have not legally notified the entire public speak. So I want to be careful of not speaking about things that we aren't warranted to speak to today, or taking actions on those. We're right now speaking about zeroing, the amendment to zero out the increase to the stipend, so we can just stay on task. So appreciate it.
Again, Alana, 8 Ledge Rock Road. I just want to express that I truly don't think that it's fair, and I do not support this amendment. I don't think anybody should support this amendment, because whether it is part-time or full-time, the 11,000 stipend is not an appropriate amount for a fire chief of this town, especially considering the growth, the number of hours, the people. There have been changes since a lot of the things happened in the last year. It requires more work, and 11,000 is not enough. The taxpayers and residents, everybody has the opportunity, or should have the opportunity, to decide whether we can offer to pay our fire chief more than $11,000. So to change it to zero would deny people that option. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think at this point, we've discussed the amendment enough. So, all those in favor of amending Article 6 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0 for the purpose of increasing the fire chief stipend for the remainder of 2024, with the estimated yearly stipend in 2025 to be $11,440. Please raise your card and say aye. Aye. Maybe they. My ballot clerk, please give me a second. We have the break the floor on that part. Take down just the floor. This section. Okay. Please put your cards down. All those opposed. Ayes, I'm going to get it up. You still want to go? Okay. Motion fails. Amendment fails. There is, Teresa, what was your number, just for the record? Yes. 35, including the stables. It was 13, yes, amend, and 78. I got 36. Yes, the yeas were 36, the noes were 78, the articles motion. Yes, sorry. We're no longer discussing the amendment, we are now moving back to the basic.
I would like to amend Article 6 to read, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of increasing the fire chief stipend for the remainder of 2024, with the estimated yearly stipend for 2025 to be $30,140, and all future costs to be included in the annual budget, default budget going forward. The increase is based on the increased minimum mandated qualifications of chief as set forth by the Nottingham Fire.
You don't need to read them.
Okay. You want me to cross out the numbers and?
Sure, that'd be very good. I'm now getting a lot of children scratching. Do we have a second for the motion to amend the sum of from $60,000 to $20,000? D. Decker, second from Decker. I'll do it second. Are you here to discuss the amendment? Okay, would anyone like to discuss the amendment on the floor? Yes, I got a second from D. Decker. Can't go yet.
Dan Decker, 11 Lakewood Drive. So my question is a clarification question. So we're raising this money for our current fire chief? Or are we raising this money to allow the board of selectmen to explore and interview a new fire chief to replace the current fire chief?
I feel like these are personnel issues, I don't know.
Well, they keep saying to explore, they keep saying, for future. So that means to me, not the current one, but is this one so that they can look for somebody, not necessarily immediately, but for down the road.
Put that to the board, ready to respond to that. No, that's entirely fair. The chief.
That would be for the current chief as is, and then in the future, if it's just to incentivize or to make it, I don't know the exact words right now, just going back and forth, but.
The answer to the increase is for the current chief and
Correct.
moving forward to have a larger stipend.
Larger stipend available.
Okay, thank you. We have had a lot of conversation. This amendment is essentially the same topic, so I'm just we're running really long here. I don't feel like there's going to be any comments that'll be different from $0 to $20,000, so it's all right. I'm just going to go ahead and put that to the body to vote on the amendment. Do you have something entirely different to add to the conversation? Because I just stated that I'm not going to continue more repetitive conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sandra Bilchop, 106 Mountain Road.
Yes.
Is the current fire chief considered a town employee?
So I'm going to answer that in the
They are an appointed official, so it falls under the same way, the select board's appointed.
Is the current fire chief a town employee?
Okay, I'm discussing budget, so at this point, if I get questions.
Well, it has a lot to do with the budget. And I'm not sure why
The answer was.
can't be answered. What was the answer then? Can I have it repeated? Because we're still discussing things at the head table.
Not an employee is an appointed official.
Not a town employee is an appointed official.
Okay, you have questions, maybe.
It's not, because I can't hear
I'm not,
him.
he's saying that he's that they're appointed.
Correct, they are not, like a town employee is an appointed position, so the fire department has selected, and then they put it forward, and it's an appointment, so there's appointments to other positions. So,
Not a town employee. The current fire chief is not a town
The question has been
employee.
answered.
That's a yes or no.
Please have a seat, Ms. Military.
I don't think it's been answered.
Mr. Bukevich, are you
I have a
adding
follow-up,
something to
yeah,
it?
yeah. I would like to, I think what she is, Thomas McGinnis, Washington, you literally just said that. Anyways, I think the question that was asked was whether or not the current fire chief is a town employee, not whether fire chief as a position is a town employee position.
Did you answer that question, or are you answering another question? Okay, the question
Is
is
the
answered.
current fire chief also like a firefighter, like one of our full-time firefighters?
No.
Part-time firefighter?
Thank you. Again, we're not charged with
Is
issues that this.
Let me ask the question this way, is he receiving pay other than the $11,000 stipend from the town?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Bukevich. All right. All those in favor of Article 6 as the amendment to Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purposes of increasing the fire chief's stipend for the remainder of 2024, with the estimated yearly stipend in 2025 to be 30, your chicken specialist, $31,440. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card and say aye. All those opposed? The motion fails. You may speak to the article.
How's everybody doing? Brian Scott, 82 Maple Ridge Road. I'd like to make a motion on Article 21 out of order. This is an article regarding the town of Nottingham's acceptance of Maple Ridge Road as a town maintained road.
We haven't finished this discussion, so but I entertain. Let's discuss the. It's a very confusing process. Pending no further discussion on Article 6, the article will move to the ballot or be placed on the ballot as written. Mr. Stagna.
Like to vote RSA 1410.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Should we get Jeff Morrison for a second? All those in favor of revoking Article, RSA 4010? All those opposed? We will no longer discuss Article 6. Mr. Spagna is here to discuss, he is the citizen petition warrant, Article 21. I do not have a problem with this as a moderator, but I will let the legislative body make the decision.
Tracy Bass from 121 Stage Road. In the past, we have never moved our warrant articles out of order because people plan their day to come at certain times to speak to them, and we've been voted down before when we've asked to have it changed out of order.
You do have to allow the legislative body that option.
I just wanted to let you know, it's not the way we've done it in the past. We shouldn't be doing it without letting people know we could change the order of things being done. And I think we should just move along and get them done.
I have a motion on the floor from Brian Spagna, 82 Maple Bridge, would like to make a motion to hear Article 21 out of order, to hear the article regarding the town, no, you all can see Article 21. Do I have a second for the motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry, you're hearing us today. You are the legislative. Take it up with them. All right, I'm gonna, if everyone's okay, call for just a couple minute recess, so some of us up here can stretch our legs, and take a little bit of a breather. Just quick 5 minutes, please.
Some smiles. So she started her thing.
The recess is over. Move back. Article 7. I'm going to try to get the microphone because I've been accused of turning away from it and being very nosy, so I will do better. Trying also not to shout at you because my children get a little weird. I think I raised their voice. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of replacing flooring in the community center gymnasium. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 3 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. Board of select person Tim Gabriel will present the article.
Thank you, Dawn. So I know most of you have probably been to the community center and seen the gym. They had to rip up a portion of the floor in order to fix the waste management problem last year. So there's actually missing tiles in a portion, and then there's actually a lot of cracks tile in addition to that. There's a picture of it. There's a lot of use in that gymnasium floor right now between pickleball and karate and martial arts, and it's really just not a safe surface anymore. It's a potential liability, so the $25,000 will cover just relaying flooring and removing the carpet tile.
All right, floor is open for public comment, question, or amendment.
I'm Jeff Berger, 73 Deerfield Road. I volunteer on Tuesday and Thursday mornings to teach pickleball to seniors in the community center, and the floor is dangerous as you spoke. We teach people 60, 70, 80 years old to play pickleball, and a number of cases over the cracks in the floor and falling, and this would be, I know a lot of cases too. I'm asking to support this. It's a good opportunity for seniors to get exercise and the other seniors in fun. We're here with the G. G-U-R-R-I-E-R.
Thank you.
Sandra Billchuck, 106 Mountain Road. Are there fees charged for use of that facility? Individuals fees or a collective fee if it's somebody that's making money from using that place? Board or?
For the use of the gym,
Correct, what we're talking about.
I believe in Courtney, you can speak to Courtney's in the audience here.
Come up and speak to the article in question. This is Courtney, our Parks and Recreation Director.
So Tim was explaining all the use that we have in this gym. There are some programs that do accept fees for use of this gym, but there are also a lot of community groups and other things that use this gym as well. And I'll go ahead and list off a few. We have Girl Scouts, school basketball teams have used our gym, the Youth Association, Black Bear Lacrosse, the American Red Cross blood drives. Sorry, I'm a lot of breath. Both daycares in town host big events. We have big events with the library that we also use this gym for. As well as that, we also have rec programming like martial arts, wrestling, toddler gym, toddler pop-up events, pickleball courses, adult exercise classes, and pinball. So there are a lot of other things that use that gym as well.
Courtney, just one second. So the fees that are paid, some of the organizations do pay a fee to use, and then I know some of the programs like martial arts, the participants pay a fee.
So our programs, we charge fees to use that, and that goes into the rec revolving fund. The other community groups, they don't have a charge in their current rental policy, so Girl Scouts and people like that, they don't have to pay a fee to use our space.
Senator Bilchoff, 106 Mountain Road. So are any of those collected fees going to be funneled into the repairs of this floor?
No, the $25,000 you see here, so that's to be appropriated to things, replace the floor on that.
So is that something that we should be considering, funneling some of those fees to offset the cost of the floor in the future if it's too late?
No, that's why we submitted this warrant article,
No, meaning what?
meaning we're not using the revolving funds to pay for the replacement of the floor. We're asking for $25,000 to be raised appropriated for that.
This budget year. But Mrs. Moderator, I'm asking if that's something that can be considered in the future to funnel some of those monies to future repairs.
Yes, I can only address the current article in front of me, certainly that's making together first, but maybe in the future.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Got a long walk.
Tracy Basco, 121 State Road. I've partaken in several of the rec activities and they do a fantastic job. But I do think that it should be more self-supporting. And I don't see the gym as just a rec issue. But I do think the groups that are using it and wearing down the tiles and utilizing the building and stuff should be paying at least some small fee. But it isn't on all of the taxpayers to keep on this building. And my main concern with that is regarding the fact that I've heard talk about removing the building. So are we putting all this money into something that is in just a couple of years going to be destroyed and all our money is now gone? I think we need to look at it.
I want to speak to the possible removal then.
In regards to upgrading that community center, that is a brief discussion. That is not until decades down the road. But in the meantime, we need to repair what's there.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Gary Henson, 50 Gun. I'd just like to mention that I believe the reason that the tile was removed and is now kind of a patch is because there were plumbing issues and they have been taken care of. So that is serving the whole building, the entire building, the bathrooms, all the plumbing from the police department. So it's not just the gym.
Thank you, Gary. Further discussion? No further discussion. Article 7 will be placed on the ballot as written. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise.
Excuse me, no, in order, like, vote RSA 40:10 for Article
Thank you,
7.
Ms. Sherman. Thank you, Ms. Sherman. All those in favor of invoking Article 40? Oh, I can do that. RSA 42. Article 7. All those opposed? Motion carries. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of exploratory options and design of the relocation of the police department. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 5 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5 to 0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11 to 0. Board of Select Person Tim Gabriel will present the article.
So before I address this specific article, there are a few articles that the board of selectmen has submitted this year that are a result of the facilities assessment committee. So in 2022, we had Gary Anderson, Charlotte Fife, Eric Danis, Barbara Draper, and Paul Blair volunteered a lot of their time to visit all of the town buildings, meet with department heads, determine what their needs are for now and the future, and kind of review the actual buildings and their structure. And I know most of you have been to the community center and have seen the back of that building. We'll be addressing that in another warrant article. But one of the things they did review is the operations of the police department. And Chief Woodman can speak to this as well, but there attempting to go through a new New Hampshire accreditation process for the police department. And one of the things that has been noted is that the current living quarters for the police station are not appropriate for their operations. So what we are trying to do is research where and the costs to potentially build a new police department. One of the hopes is that we could put it right beside the fire department, which I believe was originally discussed when that fire department went in. I think there's a combo. So basically to the right-hand side of the fire department is where we're hoping that the police department could live, but this $40,000 would be used to hire a company to help us assess where the best location and potential design of that building.
Thank you. Chief Woodman, do you want to say a few words? Should I start walking?
I'll turn it to you so I can talk right to you guys. I would be doing a disservice to the community at large and the members of my department if I didn't bring up this issue. We have a huge space and location issue at the Nottingham Police Department. In order to mitigate any risk going forward in liability and safety, this is what we need. Obviously, it's going to be up to the taxpayers to decide if they want it. So I don't want anybody getting all nervous, oh no, we're going to get a new PD next year. Don't think like that. This is to explore some options to see where we could go. We have to have a vision, okay? When I started 16 years ago, I think that we were 5 members strong, including chief. We're now at 8 full-timers and we have 1 part-timer. We're getting bigger. We have no space in my department. We don't have the proper, locker rooms, armory, storage areas. If anybody's been behind the PD, you have to do, look, what happened? You have to do like Tetris to get out of there, okay? It's very compact and very tight. We're situated in the town hall. We all understand what happens in the town hall. The rec department runs their programs there. We got children on the ball fields. It's very dangerous to pull out of that police department with everything going on. If I don't recognize that, I would be doing a disservice. We have sex offenders that come in weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, and they register with us with children next door. I'm not okay with that. That's not the best situation. So I'm presenting you a situation to better everything. This money will help us do that. I will take any questions, comments, or concerns.
Anyone have anything directly for Chief Woodman? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Gary Anderson, just to speak for the facility committee, when it's done. Police was, I think, one of the first ventures we had in our travels through all the facilities, and right away, we saw deficiencies in the building areas and space issues, that kind of thing. But what really stood out, at least for me as one of the members, was the safety issue. Many people in and out of the community center, but also the need for police to go out in a hurry on a call. Just a lot of conflict there, and it seemed very unsafe to us. So we did put that definitely on top of the list in our report. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Further discussion?
Excuse me, before you state your order. I was just wondering if there'll be a building committee created for this purpose?
For the purpose of building
Of presenting, actually taking some pressure off of you folks, so that there's another group that tries to plan, design, talk with other people, create something that's valid for viewing in front of a group like this?
well, that's what this money is for, is to hire.
No, I'm saying volunteers that could then interact with the people that are hired for that purpose.
That's a great suggestion, we can talk about that.
We used to do that many years here. The school was built for, building committee. So was the addition of the police department and that kind of stuff. And we don't do that anymore. I think we should. There should be something that exists.
Thank you.
Senator Beltran, 106 Mountain Road. I'm gonna ask to bring up those drawings again. I don't know how many there were. They came by really quickly and I wasn't able to see them. Who is the design? Who designed those?
It's not a design.
There's no design. This, as I'm reading this article is to help predict to them.
Oh, so who did the drawings? Is that something that had existed previously, or is that current within a month or?
I'm not really sure
That-
the conversation here.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not really sure it's important to the conversation here. Those drawings, I think they're just showing a proposed area as the answer was.
So you don't, or nobody's able to answer my question, just to acknowledge if this had been proposed a decade ago, or from the inception of the fire
Do
department?
you want to know who drew that drawing? Who made that drawing? Is that what you're asking?
Well, that would be number one.
Does anyone have that information?
I'm just wondering if it was, Richie was the person that built the fire station, and I'm just wondering if that was done at the time where the plans were with the fire station?
Yes.
Yes, that's,
Yes.
okay, so
Right, that's where this came from, so it was original.
it came from the design of the original plan of the fire station,
Yes.
Correct.
and the designer is,
We don't.
it's not labeled on there anymore?
No, it's not on here.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Any other questions? It's all right, we're,
Okay, I thought they were trying to.
okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, no further discussion.
Could I know
Yes.
RSA 41?
Yes, Article 8 will. Guys are getting ahead of me. Article 8 will be placed on the ballot as written. I have a motion to invoke RSA 4010 by Tim Gabriel, seconded by John Moore, and all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. We will not discuss Article 8 further. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to begin work on the cleanup and renovations needed to the rear community center building. This is a non-lapsing appropriation for RSA 3270I and will not lapse until the work is complete or not later than 1 year after the end of fiscal year 2024, whichever occurs earlier. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 6 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 9-2. Select person Tim Gabriel.
I'll give the picture. So I know that most of you are aware of the issue at the back of the building, the community center. I brought my sons back there this summer to drop off, this past summer to drop off some equipment. My 11-year-old son had nightmares for about 3 nights. Our hope with this warrant article is these funds is to hire a company to come in, block off the electrical, and have the electrical just supplied to the rest of the building, and cap off the building. There has been a number of rooms. Unfortunately, the police department has seen those visitors, and we need to kind of cap it off so that none of those creatures can get into the building anymore, and come in and mitigate. There's a lot of mold back there. There's insulation that has been damp and is full of mold, and start gutting it out. One other thing to mention is that we had a warrant article last year that was proposed and accepted by the town. And we have hired Alan Tran, who's been helping to go through the facilities report. Right now, his focus has been helping with, the gym floor project, obviously. But this will be his focus as well, as to help, research and find the companies to come in and do the actual work.
Thank you, Tim. Discussion?
Well, this was Gary Anderson, 50 Gun. This was one of the other high priority areas, if you will, that the facility committee saw. We also had an opportunity to look back some years, not too many years ago, probably 6 or 7 years ago. There had been a structural engineer evaluation, and so that us as residents know that this area of the building could be salvaged, it could be brought up to code, and it kind of got lost in the mix of things, and so it really didn't go far. But that is something that in the future can happen. But obviously, as Tim mentioned, that's just mitigating what's there is so important.
Thank you, Gary. Further discussion?
Skip 7346, I'm gonna blow my horn again. The
Like
building,
we're on a date today.
the building committee that we used to have here did look at that facility probably 15 years ago, and the same conclusion was basically reached. We could redo this, we could redo this, but the reality of the situation, the money spent to do it might be the same as it would be to build it. So that as a result, nothing happened. But that's the 1972 addition to the school. So, are we gonna be tearing it down with this?
No, so right now, our concern is just the health and safety of people that are working there.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that we can seal it off so that nothing gets in, including the air, and then clean it out, and then determine what the next steps are.
Are you gonna seal it off like past the bathrooms that are out there? Is that the idea or before that?
No, I think it would be before
Before
that,
that, right there at the.
with a couple doors already.
Okay.
Marilyn Dwyer on 5 Ron Road. My question has to do with whether asbestos is in there, and if the answer is yes, does this $50,000 cover asbestos remediation?
Any answer to that question?
I don't know if there's asbestos in there, but again, this money is going to be used to clean out the hole. So if there is asbestos, it would have to go through that process of having someone professional clean it out.
Further discussion? All right, no further discussion. Article 9 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Could I vote?
Of course.
RSA 40:10, please?
Thank you. Can I get a second? Charlotte Piper, second. All those in favor? I love that your card was up 30 seconds ago. All those opposed from voting RSA 4010? Motion carries. We will not discuss the article any further. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to begin work on the reconfigured parking lot at the library, and also address safety concerns such as parking lot lighting and improving walkways. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 2 cents per 1,000 property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation. The budget committee does not recommend this appropriation. Tim Gabriel, select board.
So last year, there was a warrant article that was approved by the voters that included doing research and starting to reconfigure or determine how to reconfigure the parking lot at the library, which I'm going to ask Jen Phillips to come up and talk to in a little more detail as far as what has happened so far and plans for the future.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Jen Phillips, 17 Rocky Hill, and Chair of the Library Trustees. That is correct. Last year, we received money to start looking at reconfiguring the library's parking lot. The library parking lot has 3 big issues. One, it is unsafe to exit the parking lot because of the curve on Route 52. It's a bad line of sight. 2, it's crumbling because, for a number of reasons. One is older. 2, we have water runoff coming from across the road. You can see it's cut a water channel and it deposits water right by the top end of the library parking lot closest. The 3rd issue is that we really don't have enough parking for a lot of our programs. Just this week, we received a complaint that people were parking across the street at the Old Town Hall because the lower lot, which is kind of a mud field when it gets wet, people don't like to park there when it's gross. So damage, danger, and mud. The initial money that was allocated last year was to go to the survey information, the conceptual design, and an estimate. We have gotten the survey design, the survey's been done, the design has not, the estimate has not been done. This is because the survey was just completed in December of this year. It was just not enough time to get all of the information we needed for an actual potential design. This money will allow us to continue to work. I really, really had hoped to be here asking for the money for the complete redesign and all of the work, but we just got constrained by time. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Further discussion, any questions? Ms. Phillips? Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Article 10, we'll move to that. Very good. Move to the ballot as written. Article 11.
Madam Moderator, could I invoke, please, RSA 40 goal?
Yes, you may. Do I get a second? Ms. Charlotte Pike. All those in favor? RSA 4010. All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not speak about Article 10 again today. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be added to the town building maintenance and repair expendable trust fund previously established. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 18 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. Board select and chair, and Bartlett.
So this is a warrant article that was presented last year as well. We increased the appropriate sum after realizing the facilities committee report had maintained in regards to numerous buildings throughout the town. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we felt that this could be a good number to start with. This isn't going to cover everything, but it's a good start.
All right. Further discussion? No further discussion. Article 11, we'll move to the ballot as written. Oh.
Sorry, reporter state road. Are there specific items that are perhaps in CIP that are covered by this? Or?
Have an answer to that? Would you like to cover that? Is the answer no, or you telling me no, you don't answer?
That answer is no, it's not in the CIP.
No specific things to support that.
No, I'm just trying to.
feel like last year.
It's more for unexpected expenses that are coming up, and so that kind of build that fund so that we don't have, last year we spent, I think, $97,000 just on repairs that you're exact, that were unexpected, so.
And we won't have those next year. Meetings. I think we did them all.
Thanks, Dave. All right. Further discussion, Article 11 is officially it's on the ballot as written.
Madam Moderator, I'd like to vote for RSA 4010.
Jeff Morrison. All those in favor of voting RSA 4010? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 11. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for highway reconstruction and maintenance on town roads to include but not limited to paving of approaches on dirt roads throughout town as prioritized by the highway director, in a section of Priest Road up to the rear access road and fire station and Stevens Hill Road and Deerfield Road to the existing pavement. The sum of $5,300 the right person, is to come from unassigned fund balance. The balance, $349,700 to be raised by taxation. This is a non-lapsing appropriation for RSA 3270I and will not lapse until the work is complete or not later than 1 year after the end of fiscal year 2024, whichever occurs earlier. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 42 cents per thousand on property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 6-5. The select person chair.
Madam Moderator, we need to amend this article, as there is a correction. Where it says 105,000, it actually should be 150,000.
Yes, which is why I had my snap because now we can do it. So, which is correct, the numbers or
The numbers.
the numbers? So it should, okay, so.
Okay. It should be 150. Yeah, the number's correct, just the wording is not.
So I'm going to take a second for motion, second motion to amend. Second one from Greg, going to amend just the written word here from 105,000 to 115,000. $300. We're just discussing the amendment. That doesn't mean we can't make other amendments after, so this particular amendment is what we're voting on. All those in favor of the amendment, correct the warrant? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Moderator, this warrant article is a yearly article presented this year, and it is a little higher, hence why we want to take some funds out of the unassigned funds to help cover some of the costs, so it's not such a burden on the taxpayer. As the rest of the article, as it explains, is pretty self-explanatory as to where each money is going. But if you were looking for individual roads in particular, those are the questions I would refer to as the highway.
Any discussion?
67340 State Road. The portion of Priest Road I'm a little bit concerned with in regards to the upcoming replacement of the bridge on 152. Priest Road is probably going to be the bypass road. This only talks to the rear access of the fire station. It's only a couple hundred feet or something like that.
Yes, the purpose of that is so that when they're grading roads, they're not turning around in the highway, so to speak. And as cars are leaving that dirt road, they're not grading dirt roads because as you
as you begin to accelerate, tires tend to spin, creating potholes, creating an issue at the end of the dirt road meeting the pavement. So that's the purpose of the,
Okay, so it's not the bypass of the bridge.
no.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right. Article 12. Oh.
Kathy May, 131 Armory Road. I just wanted to make sure that wouldn't pose a problem. So to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of 500,000, we're actually raising 349.7, correct? Because the other 153 is already, this is giving this. It should be separated that we're raising the 349.7. I'm just asking, just to make sure we're on with that.
We have to list that we're offsetting it. So in total, it's 500,000. And we're just explaining where part is coming from and what's going to be raised by taxation.
Yes, I understand that's a good description, just wasn't sure if that needed to be clearly, that we're not raising 500,000, we're only raising the 349.7, because we already have the 153, so that's not right.
Well, again, it's in total, yes, that we're raising 500. We just in the warrant, we're explaining where it's coming from.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, Article 12, be placed on the ballot as amended.
Excuse me. Don't we have to vote on the amendment?
We already
Did
did.
we?
Oh, don't try to go, All right, so Article 12 will be placed on the ballot as amended. Would you like me to reread how it? Yes, does anyone want me to reread that or else set? Thank you. Okay, Article 12 will be placed on the ballot as amended.
All right, I make that a motion to invoke RSA 4410.
So, Charlotte White. Second. Amen. Charlotte. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 12 further. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Highway Truck Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 12 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 4-1. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 11-0. What's the first and chairman?
This is a warrant article that's presented every year. It's in reserve for replacing vehicles, trucks or excavators as needed when they come up in CIP.
Further discussion?
Sandra Doja, 106 Mountain Road. Yes, I'm curious why, I believe this is the only article that there is one select board member voting against it. Would I person like to justify why?
Since the board recommended it, I'm going to ask that the board select person please get the microphone if they'd like to share their personal opinion.
Ben Bartlett, 128 Raymond Road. The reason I had voted against it is the currently, there's roughly 146,000 in the reserve fund, and I believe that we could, with no truck is in the CI plan for a couple of years. The only thing that may be coming up is the grader, but that's still a limbo, whether we can get some more life out of that. I would leave that question up to the highway director. But at the time, I feel the town would probably not skip a year and make that, actually, make a motion to make that zero.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Not that I can read it, but I do what you're saying. All right, so Article 13 will be placed on the ballot as written. You did amend. You're asking to be amended. Okay, I wasn't sure, so I just asked, and I said no. How do you weigh it up? So we have a motion from Ben Bartlett to amend. We have a motion to amend Article 13 to $0, to see the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0 to be added to the highway truck capital reserve fund. Do I have a second? Second from Vicky Green. Discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amending Article 13 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0, say aye. All those opposed to amending? The motion fails. Further discussion on the article itself? All right, moving along, Article 13 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Excuse me, Madam Moderator. I think we vote RSA 40:10.
Second. Thank you, Mr. McRae. All those in favor of invoking RSA 4010? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 13 any further. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be added to the previously established revaluation capital reserve fund for the purpose of performing a statutory revaluation of property every 5 years. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 2 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 8-3. Board of select person member Steve Welch.
Yeah, this is an article that we've voted on most years, so that when it comes time to do the revaluation, we don't have to come up with a huge chunk of money all at once. So I recommend passing this article.
Further discussion? No further discussion. Article 14 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Vote RSA 40:10.
Second from Tim Baker. All those in favor of invoking RSA 4010, Article 14. All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 14 again. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $24,300 $275 to provide financial support to the following social service organizations that provide a service to the residents in the town of Nottingham. Cornerstone BNA, $2,400. Lamprey Healthcare, $4,500. Seacoast Mental Health, $1,000. Waypoint Child and Family Services, $3,000. Hayden, $14,400. Very weird, something for them, very, not $14.50. AIDS response, Seacoast, $575, CASA, $500, RSVP Friends Program, $100, SNHS Community Action Program, $5,500, Rockingham County Nutrition Meals on Wheels, area, $1,500, Home Care Family, $1,100, Child Advocacy Center, $1,250, Ready Rides, $1,500, majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 3 cents per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 8-1. Presenter board select person John Moore.
So at a board of selectmen's meeting, we were discussing the budget and ways in order for us to meet the 4%. This was brought up by myself, so I will take the reason why it's a warrant article is hoping the town and the residents of the town will support this warrant article as to supporting your neighbors, but due to budgetary restraints, is the reason why we actually took it out of our general operating budget. So if you care about your neighbors, your elderly, and you want to support this, this is where the money will go.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Skip service, 340 State Road. In the past, it has been, I support this, but in the past, the town has looked for letters from these various groups to assure that people in Nottingham are being treated or whatever it is. Do we have something like that from each one of these entities?
Looks like you have some. Thank you, Skip.
Hi, Thomas McGinnis, Washington Lane, just to clarify, yeah, you need to see it, huh? Okay, anyways, just to clarify on that answer a little bit, yeah, I read all the letters, we requested the letters from all of these. About a third of them provided letters stating how many people in Nottingham they served, about a third provided the number of people in Rockingham County that they served, and maybe a third or so didn't really specify how many people in Nottingham they do serve. I just wanted to note that during our public hearing, it was kind of decided that we were requesting a change in the language here to clarify that these are donations that are being made. Calling it financial support sounds like they have some sort of obligation. I just want to reiterate and clarify that they are voluntary donations.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Further discussion? I'm gonna let, are you quick, because Ms. Kelly was making a long journey again, my letter goes first.
Shelley Thomas, 17 Overhead Drive. I just want to make a clarification, Tom, that yes, those are donations made to all of these, but these are all services that our town members, community members use. And so I'm a little upset with you on that.
Chilly.
On that, I am. I'm just a little upset because of the fact that, number one, it's taken out of the budget. And number two, these are services that people really need. And these places that ask for these, it's part of their budget. To have their budget so that they can service our town.
Thomas McCoy, Washington Lane, this moderator, I'd like to respond through you that we did not decide to take these out of the budget. That was an effort by the board selected to get around the tax cap by moving it out of the budget off the warrant article. And then later, the town administration decided that the tax cap has to be calculated in a different way. It includes the warrant article, so that was completely unnecessary to do so.
All right. Further discussion? Maureen? All right, no further discussion. Article 15 will be placed on the ballot as written. Accepted. Second. Second. All right. All those in favor of invoking RSA 4010 in regards to Article 15? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 15 further. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the invasive species prevention and eradication removal expendable trust fund previously established. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 1 cent per thousand in property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 6-5. Presenter
28 Tuckaway Shores Road.
John Moore, are you passing your presenting off to Tom Duffy? All right. Tom, go ahead.
Before we start, are we queued up? Okay, we're queuing up.
You just want to
There's a lot of.
say who you are, what you're.
Yeah, okay, say it again. My name is Tom Duffy, I live at 28 Tuckaway Shores Road in Nottingham, New Hampshire. And I'm proud of it. Okay, video. We're working on a video, because there's a lot of, they see too much of it. There's a lot of confusion about what invasive species are and what the problem is. So we had a really, it started in 2015, where an invasive species, in this case variable milfoil, came in from a boat from somewhere. We didn't have it up until then. We were one of the last lakes out of 400 that finally got this contamination. Once it's in, it's very difficult to control. So the invasive species fund serves all of the ponds in Nottingham. And the purpose of the monies is to build up the defense fund, much like we budget annually for different, so that when we hit a big number, because it takes a big number, the milfoil can be removed and swimming and boating can resume. We found an extremely large patch of milfoil. We find it all over the lake, the Tuckaway Lake. But we found an extremely large patch right in front of the town beach. And the video that we're still working on shows the effect. I don't see the video. I hear it. Okay, well, let's not take up any more time. Sounds like Darth Vader. I got your father. Can we get to the rest of it? Maybe we can post it on the town website. Okay, so let's go through the slides here. This will be very quick. So next slide. Let's slide the slide. We started the program in 2017 to remove the milfoil. In 2017, we found the milfoil where it came in the South Channel, which is where the state park boat ramp is. And we removed 15 gallons of milfoil. I think it's a 5-gallon bucket. And so we thought, we got this. We've got this under control. Next slide. By 2023,
the milfoil had migrated as it does on wind. It's a vicious plant. It even fragments itself to promote its living. And basically, the wind blows it into the coves. It roots. It can root in about 14 feet of water because that's where the sun hits it. And as a result, in 2023, by 2023, we had removed 670 gallons of milfoil. Keep looking hopefully at the screen, because these are really great slides. I think we'll put the presentation on. In 2020, because of COVID, our removal efforts went down somewhat. But the main thing is that we have had well over 1,000 hours of volunteer time a year. We have divers that go in, they're trained to remove it, we pay for the Lake Association paid for their training. In addition, we have a number of weed watchers who find new outgrowths of this. But in order to remove it in the severe sense that we had a real problem in 2023. And finally, the state of New Hampshire came with us, and they contributed $46,000, which is what it costs to treat 3 sections of the lake. And they use a chemical called Procellidor, which only attacks this veritable milfoil species, my understanding. And it did, in fact. So we eradicated the most dense patches of the milfoil, particularly the one, you see the yellow area up at the top of the milfoil now, thank you. So the red areas are all the areas that we normally remove from, and for that we have all volunteers. But we found this very large patch up between, it was actually right off of the state beach, right off of the town beach, and in that area. So that was removed with the help of the state this year.
The state has also said it's not going to provide full funding on this either in the future.
Right.
This is one of the main reasons why we have this article up there, is for the fact that if we don't, as a town, start putting some money away, and we come into a major issue, we will not have the fundings in order to properly take care of it.
We estimate that every 5 years, we may have to treat this or other ponds in Nottingham. And so we're budgeting this $10,000 a year so that when we get whacked with a $50,000 or $60,000 bill, we'll have the money and it won't interrupt. We won't have to close the town beach. We won't have to prohibit boat launching and so forth. So that's really the reason that we take the $10,000 every year and we put it in the invasive species fund.
Thank you, Tom.
As the milfoil has grown over the years, it is inevitable for us not to foresee this as an expenditure. It's not going away. It's just getting bigger. As the reports will see, if you want to see them, every year there's more and more milfoil pulled, and we're still not even keeping up. Right now, we did a good service to the lake with what we did for eradication last year with the help of the state. But as everybody knows, if we're relying on the state, we might not be seeing anything. So this is a way to protect a large body of water that a lot of residents in this town use, a lot of residents that live on the lake use. That's a major contributor to the Henry River watershed. So it's due diligence on our part to foresee the future of milfoil is going to be a problem. So we have to set aside the money now and take care of it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Board? All right, any further discussion? Article 17. Where are we going? 16, I thought so. Article 16 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I vote to say.
Wait, were you coming to speak and I didn't see you? Oh, something. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, for Article 16, I vote RSA 40:10.
It's a lot of seconds. All right. All those in favor of voting RSA 4010 for Article 16, all those opposed, motion carries. We will not discuss Article 16 further. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 for the purpose of conducting courtesy inspections of boats using the state boat launch at Huntley Boat Ramp and the Pawtucket State Park Boat Ramps on Pawtucket Lake, to remove fragments of exotic invasive aquatic species and to educate the public on how to prevent the spread of exotic species from water body to water body. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 1 cent per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. Budget committee recommends this appropriation 8-3. Board of select member John Warren. Anything further? Okay.
This was a line item that was in our budget, for the past couple of years. We moved it out, we put it to a warrant article. This is another crucial, fund for the fact of preventing more invasive species. We talk a lot about milfoils, but as D will come up, there's the invasions of the snails, there's water chestnuts, there's a dozen more items that can affect. And the reason for this funding is to help. The Lake Association does a good job with Hampshire Lakes in funding the Lake Coast programs, but it's not enough for the amount of hours and the amount of boat traffic that's coming through the state park and through the public launch off Deerfield Road. We need the money in order to have people sit there and control the boats coming in and do the negligence of people that are allowed to use the lake and, not care for if things are on their boat that shouldn't be, or on their trailers that shouldn't be. So this is a preventive way for us to try to help prevent any more invasive types of species to come in by supporting the Lake Coast and the programs that they have. D has done a great job over the years, and we have a new program director too now for it. I'm sure we'll try to continue the success, but it's everybody's concern, and that's why we're asking for the 5,000.
T. Decker, 11 Lincoln Drive. I would like to propose an amendment to Article 17. And it says, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $75,000 for the purpose of conducting courtesy inspections of boats using the state boat launch at Funday Boat Ramp and the Pawtucket State Park Boat Ramp, and to request permission to remove suspicious materials and to educate the public on how to prevent the spread of exotic species from water body to water body. So basically, this is just a clarification of it doesn't really change the warrant article at all. However, as the former Lake Coast coordinator in town of Nottingham, I work closely with New Hampshire Lakes, and Lake Coast are not permitted to remove anything from someone's boat or trailer without permission. We also do not want to hear that we are going to be cleaning people's boats for them. So it's simply a matter of clarification, and then once we do vote on this, then we'll talk more to the actual form. Okay. So we worded that to suspicious.
Technicality of wording, we're going to allow a motion. We had Decker motion to amend. Second, after sending over there. All right, so to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 for the purpose of conducting courtesy inspections of boats using the state boat launch, Fundy, Federal State Parks, 2. And to request permission to remove suspicious materials and to educate the public on how to prevent the spread of exotic species. So, all those in favor of allowing the amendment? All those opposed? Apologize if anyone wanted to discuss further. Motion carries. Any further discussion on the article itself?
Deanna Girl, Lincoln Drive. So again, I'm a former coordinator for the New Hampshire Lakes. I stepped down this year. Brendan is actually taking over. He's also a lake resident. He's a former lake host. We worked together last year. He's going to do a great job. To make sure that everybody understands, the New Hampshire Lakes is the overarching program owner, and our lake hosts are employees of New Hampshire Lakes, not of the town. So through a grant through the state, through DES, and matching funds, both financial and volunteer, from New Hampshire Lake, from Nottingham residents, and the town of Nottingham, we fund the lake hosts. So the budget last year was almost $24,000, of which $5,000 was a grant, $11,000 was through the PLIA, $5,000 was municipal money from the town of Nottingham. This is the money that we are requesting now. So as you can see, the money that is requested, that we're requesting, is more than matched by our grant and our Westwood Lake Association, as well as we had an equivalent of $22,000 in volunteer hours by lake hosts, and so the funds that are provided go towards that grant match as well, and we far exceed what other areas do. So this is super important for our lake. It's for everybody in town. It's not just for people on the lake, and I hope you support it.
Thank you, Dee. Further discussion? All right, any further discussion? Article 17 will be placed on the ballot as amended.
I'll vote RSA 40:10.
Thank you, Steve Welch. Do I have a second? John Decker, thank you. All those in favor of invoking RSA 40:10, Article 17, all those opposed, motion carries. We will not discuss Article 17 further. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $7,500 for the purpose of purchasing a new ballot machine. The town will apply for aid to offset the cost of this purchase. The final amount used is subject to receipt of any state or federal grant or aid. If grant or other aid is not received, the total sum of $7,500 is to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 1 cent per thousand of property valuation. The select board recommends this appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 6-5. Board is select person member Steve West.
Yeah, so our current machine is no longer supported by the company that manufactured it. Is it still running? Yes. Would it be a good idea to replace it with a new machine? Absolutely. I think we've looked at least one machine, and it's important that we replace that.
Lori and I, as your town clerk, your town moderator, did attend a demonstration of one of the, currently the state has certified, additionally certified 2 different machines. They have to meet all of their high standards we have in New Hampshire before able to prove just one, and I'll let Lori have the words.
Anderson, 50 gallon load. So the current machine that we have,
Step to the nail. Should I go this way? Yes. The current antidote machine we have was probably purchased in the mid-90s when the Board of Selectmen decided to go with ballot counting voting system. Cards are available on a sparingly basis. Everybody has been using the exact same machine all this time, every town in the state. It cannot back up anymore after 2024. Actually, the ballot box that it sits on had to be fixed a couple of years ago. Even that, it's just a box, but it has the burner in it. That had to be repaired. And so, Dawn and I went and we saw a demo of one of the possible units. There are two out there that are possible. Neither has been accepted by the state. We saw a demonstration on one of them. The companies have provided. And that distance makes me a little bit. We don't have to say that much. It was a good machine though, and it did what we needed. It also scanned every single ballot and saved an image of each ballot. So that when we go to hand count it in hand, we have confirmation as to what writing is on the screen. The other machine will be serviced by LHS, which is a company that we've been dealing with this whole time. We're out of state of New Hampshire, so they're local. If we needed anything in an emergency basis, it's much quicker to get here from Salem than it is to rely on the local aid set that they do have. They'll have technicians in the area, but we don't know. We haven't seen a second machine, and we need some demonstration and approval on that. I think that this money should be set aside, because we have two more elections this year. One is the state primary, the other is the general presidential. As far as the three big elections. Yes, Deanne?
Town election.
Oh, it's not, yes. I don't have any machine right now. Yes, I was ready. Putting that one out. One thing that I'd like to make note of is that the Board of Selectmen did vote at some point in time, back in the 90s, to use electronic ballot machine. That's what we need to do. That's what we're obligated to do. And this would just appropriate the funds. We have been told that we might have funds. Other funds were federal funds that were given to every single town in the state when it came into effect. And the state of New Hampshire has managed those funds quite well. They still have about 17 million in that fund. Unless they spend it immediately, we have zero left. So we're like, we don't know how much money we get. We might get $500, we might get $1,000. That would be helpful.
Thank you.
How did you want to do it?
Thomas McCary, Washington Lane. So just to reiterate, the town currently has voting machines, electronic voting machines. The machines, okay, we still have an electronic voting machine. That machine still works. That machine can still have parts available if it needs to have replacements or maintenance done on it. None of the new machines that we're proposing to buy have been approved by the state yet. And the state, if it does have a deadline to get a new machine, they're certainly going to extend it past this year. So I can sum up my opposition to this spending in one common phrase, and that is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I'm gonna let Lori respond as a town clerk first.
And so, it is broken. That's there are no parts left at LHS to fix all the machines in the state. And if we have no machine in our house, what are we to do? Because we are legally bound to use an electronic ballot machine. If they approve it, we will do what we need to do to keep that machine going. But if the state does approve it, they might include both of the new machines. We should be able to put, because we are legally bound to change.
However, after 22 North of Lake Road, some potential good news, Lori refers to HAVA money, Health America, that money that the state has. The New Hampshire House recently approved a bill to allow spending up to $3 million of that to cover half the costs of voting machines and poll books and dedicated laptops that are used for election purposes. So the House passed it by 85% in favor of 311-62. So you would expect the Senate will probably pass it, and the governor will probably sign it later this year. So we should be able to apply for the money and get at least half of it paid for.
Deanna Decker, Lake Drive. As most of you know, I'm a supervisor of the checklist, which means that I am at the election all day, every election. I have been since 2008. Since 2008, and before, we used the electronic vote of the ballot machine. And I will tell you that there have been times when that machine has failed in the middle of an election. And we've been lucky because we've been able to call LHS, and they've been able to provide us with a secondary machine so that we can be up and running in a pretty short order of time for that election. However, there are no machines left. They cannot bring us a machine if this one fails. And is this going to fail? Yep, it's already failed in the past. And after this year, after the elections in 2024, we will not be able to use that machine any longer. If we do not approve a person's machine, we may be subject to having a special meeting in order to discuss this again, which increases the cost because then we have to provide for ballot clerks and supervisors and town clerks and moderators and the school. And if we do this now and allow the select board, once the decision's been made, to expend the funds to get money from PAPA, we are able to avoid having a secondary, potential secondary meeting.
Discussion.
Hi, Thomas McKenzie, Washington Lane. I'd just like to point out what was said here. We were told that there were still parts available to fix these machines, and then the town clerk came up here and said that, well, there's not enough parts to fix all of the machines in the state. I don't foresee all of the machines in the state breaking at one time. And we have to ask ourselves, do we really want to risk being an early adopter of new unproven machines that aren't even approved by the state yet? Or might we want to let some other towns kind of work out the bugs for a year or two? And as other towns do buy new machines, there will be plenty more backup machines available in case something happens to others. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, no further discussion and no amendments. Article 18 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Let the vote on RSA 40:10.
Thank you. And a second. Larry Anderson. All those in favor and voting on RSA 10. Thank you. Sandy, sorry, you popped up before we both were speaking to somebody else. Okay, thank you. All those opposed to voting RSA 4010? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 18 further. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to approve the readoption of all veterans tax credit RSA 72:28-B. Readoption of all veterans tax credit, if approved, will continue to offer a $750 tax credit to all honorably discharged veterans that qualify under the current requirements, and as of April 1st, 2023, would expand the eligibility requirements to include those individuals that have not yet been discharged from active service. Majority vote required. Steve Welch, be before you.
Thank you. This item has already been approved by the town, and it's just a clerical correction so that it gets put in correctly. Got that done last year, and we're looking to get that in this year.
Further discussion?
board, or what's the direction?
The readoption was left off the warrant as of last year. We just got to put it on the books this year as a readoption.
Mayor, that I don't remember. I support this, and I would just like to acknowledge and say thank you to all of our past and current veterans. Thank you.
Alexander Neff, 23 North Privilege Road. I'd like to amend the second portion of this. The rationale for amending this is to satisfy the intent of this, and it's a tax credit extended to honorably discharged veterans. A person who is currently serving on active duty could conceivably end up being discharged next month with bad conduct or dishonorable discharge. So to my way of thinking, there should be a mechanism in place to check on the status of that veteran when their term of service ends. My proposal is to change the second portion of this to read, as of April 1st, 2023, but expand the eligibility requirements to include those individuals who have not yet been discharged from active service, provided that they provide documentation of when their current enlistment ends, and upon reaching that date, show evidence that they have either extended their enlistment or have re-enlisted for another full term of service, or that they have retired from active duty. I have not spoken with Kelly about that. To me,
Yeah, I'm not sure the intent of the, if you just clarify a minute, is this just extending 750 to those who are actively serving, whether they get discharged or not by this April 1 date? Or just looking to, is this for both discharged and current veterans, or you're trying to place a restriction on the second part of it?
simply to ensure that when a person has been discharged, it was under honorable conditions. That this tax credit not be extended to someone who eventually becomes discharged under honorable conditions.
I guess I would ask, does this need to be applied for every year?
No, it extends into perpetuity. There's not an ending date on this. Full disclosure, I do benefit from this.
I think we're just verifying, I believe the word is from our state statute, we didn't create the word before this, so I think we're just verifying. I don't think you can modify these words.
That's what I'm doing, verifying.
So I think we just really answered your question, that this is prescribed by law, the way it's written, this is how it's written in the RSA, so that's, can't really amend that. But it's already part of the law that they have to be those requirements, you just said they have to be honorably discharged, that would be up to any enforcement, the governing body to enforce those rules. So that's already there, I mean, unfortunately, it's not changing, you can't add that.
Okay, I withdraw my amendment. Just a question, because this says to reapprove, readopt, does this mean that we got rid of that tax suspension at some point?
I think it was a governor amended it late process, so it didn't get on for us, so it's just a clerical thing in the print.
Okay, so the town still has the, okay, thank you. Okay.
Further discussion? No further discussion, Article 19 will be placed on the ballot as written. May I have a second? Jeff Morrison. Second, all those in favor of invoking RSA 4010 for Article 19, all those opposed? Motion carries, we will not discuss Article 19 further. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to change the name and the purpose of the existing tricentennial fund created in 2013 to the Celebrate Nottingham Fund for the purpose of townwide celebrations to include but not limited to future anniversary celebrations, i.e. 325th, and to authorize the board of selectmen as needed to extend two-thirds vote required. The select board recommends this appropriation. Budget committee recommends this appropriation, the select board recommends appropriation 5-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation 9-2. For the select person members to vote.
Guess I'll talk on this. As you all know, we worked very hard to secure funding for our celebration 2022. This money currently sits in a fund that we can't touch. So we are asking to place this in Celebrate the Nottingham Fund so that if something comes up, the funding is available for us. I know we had a couple of small things, we paid for out of our pockets, the bonfire, last year's Freedom Declaration of Independence. It would be nice not to have to fund that out of our own personal pockets, if these events happen. I'm saying that we don't want to spend all that money, but if it was available, we'd be happy to take very small amounts out of it. Like I said, we're very happy with that money for this. And we provided the town with a quality celebration, and we're very happy with money. If it's not spent, that could go into the future 325th anniversary.
Stephen Charles, 32 Dartmouth Road, number 30. I would like to begin with a thank you to Don for a great meeting. Let's hear it for Don.
Hence my little chuckle.
First of all, I am so proud of Nottingham. One of the things that's been fun is that I've never been in a town that's been 300 years old. Now, people may not know, but I knew Moses, I'm that old. And so I was there in 1722 when they did the chop. But what was so fun about the 300th was it brought the town together to celebrate from the families, the older people, the younger people, everyone could do it. And to celebrate Nottingham has done it again with that tradition We had, again, the meeting of the Declaration of Independence at the Nottingham School, Nottingham Square. And we've also had a wonderful bonfire, and I give you great credit to this. You guys, the Board of Selectmen actually provided the wood for it. Matt provided over 100. So the reason why we want to keep this going is these traditions of everyone in town celebrating Nottingham. We not only want to do that, but maybe expand it to fireworks. The fireworks were very impressive and successful on the 300. And I'd like to have again at the state park, where we talked about money for the protectorate. We have an opportunity to celebrate the state park, and people get out on the boats on the state park to see it. So that's why I'm really in favor of us moving to celebrate Nottingham.
Thank you, Steve.
Merrill Dwyer, 158 Mount Pond Road. I have just a question, what is the balance in the fund?
Balance is $42,769. Skip Chairman, report. I'm just wondering what other options can be utilized for this money that exists. This sounds like a good one, but does it lapse or any of that kind of stuff?
So the money that was raised, obviously was raised by donations and stuff from people in town, you know, when you come to the election, look at everyone wearing their Nottingham hats and everything like that. So, the thought process behind this fund is that going forward in the future, to keep community events happening, we have the money that's already been donated by the people in town to support these events. You can't go back and say, hey, I donated $100, and since you didn't spend it, I want my $100 back. So we have to find a way to use this. If we don't, we have to expend the fund, and then it won't be usable. So what we want to do is create an atmosphere with this money in helping keep support of Nottingham and events in Nottingham that benefit the town and the people of the town. So that, because we all live here and we all like it, it'd be nice to get together and do stuff like that.
But there's no other way to get that money out unless we change it into some other fund.
Correct, it's going to be put in the
Design. I understand that. Just wondering if there are other options.
Hi, Thomas McGevish, Washington Lane. So you guys said you did a lot of work to fundraise, and I've seen all that and everything. But let's not forget that in previous years, there were warrant articles that raised and appropriated through our property taxes money to support the 300th anniversary celebrations. Do we know how over all of those years of warrant articles, how much money was raised involuntarily through taxation?
I believe the total was $45,000. As we heard, we've already exceeded that without fundraising efforts.
So we have about 40-something you said left.
47.
So would it not also be possible then to close out this fund and return the money into the general fund?
As of this time, it'd have to stay in that fund for another year.
No, I'm asking if it's possible. I think what the other gentleman's question was.
Today, no.
It's not possible this year.
Not right now. Is that a possible
Because we're
move?
not here to discuss next year, so if it's possible
Right.
next year.
The gentleman's question was, were there other options for what to do with the money that's in the 300 fund? Or was this the only option?
For this year, this is the only option. Thank you.
Not just for this year, when they were thinking about what to do.
That we're discussing.
Yeah, okay, we won't answer any of the important questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Tom, just to answer your question, so we actually did discuss the options. So the options would be to repurpose the fund, because as it was designed, we couldn't expend it. Or do we have a different warrant article to expend the fund to the general fund? And based upon feedback from some of the 300 committee, we decided that it would make more sense to continue it. So that's why we're going with this warrant article instead of having coverage. It was possible, yes.
Apologize, I heard the answer that it wasn't possible for this year, had to stay.
No, he said it was possible. Thank you.
Correct, I'm saying the comment before was different, so.
Hi, Alana Kenny, 68 Ledge Farm Road. I support this, I think it's awesome. I think these type of activities improve our community atmosphere. It's awesome to get families, kids, everybody out to enjoy stuff like that. I remember things like this from my childhood where I grew up, going to fires every summer, hanging out, going to concerts. That's what a small town should be like, and things like this help make that happen. I was wondering if we could amend it to say something like, and I'll take suggestions, to include but not limited to bonfires, July 4th celebrations, and future anniversary celebrations.
I think the way it's worded is already kind of.
Okay, if you agree that everybody in town understands that it's not just gonna be for those 325th celebrations. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna be confused.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right, further discussion, Article 20 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Vote for RSA 40.
Can I get a second? Owen Frank Ray for a second. All those in favor of voting RSA 4010? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will not discuss Article 20. Article 21. You're all up high enough for me to see your faces all day. Article 21, Department Street Lillian Partnership. Joseph Balzo, manager, formally requested for this petition for RSA 67440-A, the town of Nottingham's acceptance of Maple Ridge Road, Maple Ridge subdivision. With the acceptance, the ownership of this road will be transferred to the town of Nottingham by citizen petition. And after that's Brian Spagna, one of the citizen petition. Citizens who made the petition more emergency.
Good afternoon, Brian Spagna. This should only take about 45 minutes.
Address to preserve.
For those of you who aren't familiar with Maple Ridge Road, I'm sorry, I don't
Can you just state your address?
I'm sorry, 82 Maple Ridge Road. Maple Ridge Road was a project started way back in 2016. First house was occupied January of 2017. My understanding is that contingent upon all the homes that's 42 being built and the final top coat of the road being performed, the town would then take over the maintenance of the road. So that's what it was about. That happened this past summer with the final top coat of the road. During the interim, the road has been maintained by the developer. I say maintained, that's a loose term, right? It gets plowed by a pickup truck. It's a 1 mile road with 42 homes. Does not receive any kind of sand or salt treatment, so it can be problematic in the winter time. So we're looking forward to taking that over to perform a little bit better maintenance on that road.
Anything else? Good. All right. Mr. Spagna. Further discussion?
Skip 740 State Road. I'm wondering if this road has passed the town engineer's inspection.
As I understand, these have to be built, but per planning board, these have to have been built to town specs in order to take this next step. So,
Very good, because I was chairman of the planning board too. That's why I'm asking, and I actually did it.
sorry to be-
Jim Hilchak, 106 Mountain Road. Fire chief,
You can make that
could you tell us whether the fire protection cistern has been formally approved and then all the requirements of town?
I got a thumbs up for that. Thank you. So that is yes, cistern is operating.
I just want to say, I only know because I work in the land use office of Alani State Ledge Farm Road, that the engineer has not approved final as-built for this street yet. So I'm not against, I just want to say I'm not against the town voting to approve it, but I think liability-wise, that it should be looked at by the engineering firm first. So I don't know if the wording needs to be changed or what, but just so the taxpayers know that it hasn't been approved by the engineering firm.
John, do you want to speak to the thing or?
Mr. Calzone is asking for his escrow back, and we can't give it back until it's been approved as part of the subdivision regulations.
Right, that's what the extra on property.
Right.
So,
Whether we approve the town maintaining the road or not, if it doesn't meet the specs, the developer is still on the hook to make all amends needed in order to get his money back, which is a large sum of money, which I don't know where to say the exact amount, but he will make the amends. Calzone has been a builder in this town, who has built quite a few developments. I know some of you might even live in those developments. But this is inevitable, this happens with all developments that we approve, the road will be taken over by the town. If it's this year or next year, it's gonna get done, but the engineering firm should be, since it was signed off, on top of this and getting it done, correct?
They should be, yes. It's just taking so long to do the development.
Thank you, Ron.
Good afternoon, Mike Merrill, 125 Maple Ridge. I'm supportive of this article. I live obviously on Maple Ridge. The road is sandwiched between two public roads currently, and currently when the town plows a fire truck or Oak Ridge, they at times go down Maple Ridge, lift the plows around the road, gets the other road, and vice versa. So I am in support of that town taking over this.
Okay. Further discussion?
So it's before we state road. I am in favor of this, but should words be added to say upon completion of certification or something to that effect? Asking for guidance.
John, is that already in my?
Yeah, just let's experience on planning board side, here's the last
Sorry, I'm picking on you.
I've been through this game many times.
Well, what I heard you say before is it's already, the answer is already, that's already implied in the town rules. But it's up to you, I don't have an issue with
And John, to that point, many times I've stood at this and said that the town, that, the engineer has not approved the road yet and it still passes. So it really doesn't matter. But I'm just wondering if there was an answer to the question, and I think she said that it does not exist, but should there be words that say that?
it's a citizen's petition, warrant article though.
That's why I'm here asking the question. I don't think I can. I can. Okay.
Anyone can amend it, just.
Okay. Let's see.
So, with the acceptance, the ownership is the road treasurer of the town of Nottingham, pending final engineer approval.
At the end of, I guess, Maple Ridge subdivision period, upon approval by the town engineer.
Okay.
We got battery.
Town engineering firm.
Town engineer. Whoever it is.
Yeah, we strike that. So can I get a second for the motion to add the verbiage after Maple Ridge subdivision upon approval of the town engineer, John Decker, second? Discussion on the amendment?
Mike Merrill, 125 Maple Ridge. I would just like to maybe add to that, upon approval of the town engineering firm, or per the, well, how it's built. The specs that we showed.
Okay, is that amendable to you to,
So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that,
that there was a requirement when the road
Yeah,
was
that
built,
we meet
and
those
to say that
requirements.
is that, would you feel comfortable with that being added, that the,
because it started back in 2016, if the requirements have changed from that, that's all, that would be my concern.
As I remember, as long as the certifications have been going along in the process that they've been going along at, there shouldn't be any problem with any reverse.
It was just a question, that's all.
Yeah, no. If it meets the requirements of the town engineer at the end,
And that should be the same as it was in 2016.
Same specs should apply.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you.
so I don't need to have.
Eric Lawyer from 58 Pond Road. I'm just a little confused as to, my understanding is that this would automatically get approved as Pond Road once everything was done. Is this simply just to get it pushed faster?
No, this is a normal part of the process. The voters have to approve for a road to be
Even
accepted.
though it already is.
Correct.
Further discussion on the amendments? Okay, so we have an amendment to change Article 21 to read Harbor Street Limited Partnership, Joe Calzone, manager, Nottingham's acceptance of Maple Ridge Road of the Maple Ridge subdivision upon approval of town engineer. All opposed? Engineer firm, thank you. All right, town engineering firm, all those in favor of the article as amended, say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Further discussion on the article? Okay, so Article 21 will be placed on the ballot as amended. Thank you. All right, so. Oh,
Can I vote?
yes, you may.
RSA 44.
Seconded. Kind of have my two coaches over there. All those in favor of invoking RSA 4010? All those opposed? Motion carries. We will discuss Article 21 further. Article 22, to transact any other business which may be legally come before this meeting. Do you have any housekeeping on the board here? Off your chairs up where you please.
Yes, can I speak now? Thomas Pagevich, Washington Lane. I would like to move to commend Fire Chief Jay Valchuk for 17 years of exceptional public service, demonstrating unwavering dedication and leadership in safeguarding our community, and to express our sincere gratitude and hope for his return to serve again soon, knowing that his expertise and commitment are invaluable to our safety and well-being.
I have some new business. In December, I filed a request with.
Yeah, hold on right there. Really, I'm charged with serving a warrant as it's presented to the public. I'm not sure I can entertain new business or for anything I carried over from previous meetings. I'm gonna check it again. Here, we'll make statement, we can't take any actions of today or discuss any matters in our company before, so.
So can I make a motion?
There's nothing to, there's no article for the motion, so you can't make a motion, you're welcome to speak, if there's something you'd like to speak to.
On the matter, so in December, I made a request at the New Hampshire Right to Know Ombudsman to review some transactions made in right to know requests. I have received a request to dismiss my complaint. concerned about this. If the town had conducted its exactions correctly, it should have no fear that an executive branch agency for reviewing their redactions. If they did the redactions improperly, everyone over on this side of the room should know that those redactions were made improperly. So we should allow the ombudsman to review the redactions.
Thank you.
Kathy Mayo, 131 Irene Road. I'm just curious, if all those warrant articles were to pass, do we know what the tax impact would be on any home? I know you can't say it all.
We have the whole tax per thousand. Maybe you could, in theory, probably add it up.
I'm curious, sometimes people have
Okay,
that
we do
already,
that.
like on an average home, say like 350,000. So just curious if that's been.
Thank you. All right, if everyone, entertain a motion to adjourn. So we adjourn our business, to adjourn, I heard it somewhere. Oh, Susan Mooney, I'm gonna let somebody new and take a second from Robin Marshall over there. Did you second here? All right, all those in favor of adjourning? Hi, thank you all, opposed? Please stack your chairs, we really appreciate it, thank you. Thank you. And remember to come out and vote in session 2 on March 12th.